Just before the karakia tumatanga, I will just run through a couple of items in relation to logistics for the day. The item number 12, the AAC Victoria Street revitalisation detailed traffic resolutions has been withdrawn from today's paper and will come back to next week's meeting. We haven't set a time for the morning tea adjournment as such. We've got attendees from CCHL and DCL due approximately 11 a.m. and the Christchurch Netball Centre building paper will be dealt with at 11:30 as we have attendees coming in at that point as well. Lunch adjournment is anticipated between 1 and 2 and the reason we're coming back at 2 is that there are 2 Regeneration Christchurch reports and they need, well, they would like to be here for them. They have a board meeting this morning and it would be so that's why that's being scheduled for 2 o'clock. I don't imagine that will go that late. And myself and Sarah Templeton are leaving the meeting at 11:15 to attend the official opening of Redcliffe School, which will be a great delight. And Andrew Turner will take over the chair as the Deputy Mayor. So could I invite Anne Galloway to provide us with the karakia tumatanga.
E te hui, whaia te mātauranga kia marama, kia whai, taka nā mahi katoa, tu maia, tu kaha, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. For this gathering, seek knowledge for understanding, have purpose in all that you do. Stand tall, be strong. Let us show respect for one another.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you very much. I have apologies from myself and Councillor Templeton for temporary absence, Councillor Chu for potential early departure depending on what time the meeting concludes. Are there any other apologies? Would someone else like to move those? Mike Davidson, seconded Andrew Turner. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. In terms of declarations of interest, we simply note that the current directors of CCHL, Christchurch NZ, Otatahi Community Housing Trust and Transwaste, Canterbury, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors Davidson, Goff, Major, Templeton, Johansson for item 7. And no, that's not my recollection. Item 12. Sorry, it's not item 12 either. Item 12 has been withdrawn. So 13. Item 13 is Councillors Galloway and Scandrett have declared an interest in that item. Public participation, there were no public forum presentations today, no deputations by appointment, no presentations of petitions, and I'd like to move that the supplementary report on the agenda be received, or the supplementary report be received and considered at council meeting. Supplementary report on the agenda be received and considered at today's meeting, which is my report, seconded by Pauline. Put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And the next item on the agenda is that report. And I would like to move that report. Do I have a seconder for that? Sarah Templeton. So I think the first thing would be just to open it up. I mean, I'm happy to introduce it if that would be useful, and then respond to any questions that you might have, and then we can move on to the to a debate on it, and hopefully that won't take too much time. So you'll recall that that I presented an earlier paper to the council back in April. Which seems quite a long time ago, and yet it really wasn't, because so much has happened in that time, given the impact of the COVID-19 series of events that have followed from the COVID-19 crisis. Part of our resolution on the 2nd of April was to review our strategic directions together with letters of expectations in relation to our long-term plan process, and to discuss with the Greater Christchurch Partnership the work that has been done on Greater Christchurch 2050. Out of that, the thinking that was done in relation to that, there has been a lot of in-depth conversation going on behind the scenes with a range of strategic partners to really reflect on how we can build on what we already have. And I think, from a lesson learned point of view from the earthquake experience, is that establishing what already exists, building on what we already have, and engaging with all of our communities in a very strategic and sensible way unleashes the potential of all of those that have got something to bring to the table. And what we don't have when we set up something new in order to take over from what already exists is that as soon as the crisis is over, as soon as the external parties withdraw, we're back to square one and we have to start again. And we saw that with a number of structures that were pre-existing the earthquake experience, which simply had to be recreated in a post-earthquake recovery environment as we moved on to regeneration. I think another lesson learned out of our own experience is that when you develop structures in order to see you through a response and an immediate recovery focus, and then on to regeneration, or in this framing, the repositioning of our city in the context of our sub-region and our region, so Greater Christchurch and the Canterbury region. It's always good to be thinking ahead as to how you dial things down and then how you can dial things up given different scenarios. So I think we've learned that scenario planning is core critical to preparedness and it's core critical to resilience. So again, this is an open, transparent and democratically accountable way to engage all of our communities in their diversity, in the whole thinking around both recovery and repositioning the city, the Greater Christchurch and the region. So we're noting specifically the work that's been undertaken by Christchurch NZ to partner with other groups in the immediate response to the crisis and to lay the groundwork for our economic recovery, and including the recently established Christchurch Economic Recovery Forum. We heard one of the members of the forum speak yesterday in the annual plan hearings, speak about being a member of that forum and what that means. So that model is the model that we want to adopt to establish a broader socio-economic recovery forum. But the paper doesn't go into the detail of the how, it just sets out the framework of the why. In the immediate context, obviously there is a need to focus on the entire employment continuum, and it's talking about self-employment, entrepreneurship, supporting economic activity while looking for opportunities to help businesses pivot. It acknowledges the role that the Council has in ensuring that the capital program provides a steady and reliable pipeline of work, and we're hearing that from submitters during the plan discussions as well. And to ensure in this context that the value for money procurement framework enables the Council to be both agile and responsive. But I think we're hearing a message too about that local focus, and I think that's a very powerful and strong message that we need to be reinforcing every opportunity that we can. agree to adopt a Christchurch-wide framework for recovery that also seeks to catalyse renewal and encourages a thriving, resilient, prosperous city and region, and it just identifies the different components of how that would be delivered. And there was just a lovely match between the existing work that sits in behind the urban development strategy, and it was really good to go back, and I often remind people how good it is to read that, and that's why at the beginning of the paper you can actually see the vision statement that was written in 2007 and how meaningful it is, and it speaks very much to the present day environment. So I suppose it's that French saying, plus ça change, plus la même chose. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And I think we're seeing that very much in some of the very strong forward thinking that's been done as a Greater Christchurch partnership. But I'm also going to acknowledge the significant adjustment in the Canterbury Mayoral Forum's work program to contribute to the economic recovery, and there's a real shift to thinking about the future in terms of climate change, thinking about the impact on the environment, thinking about the impact of getting mode shift occurring, particularly with the transport of freight in the region. It really is quite an advanced, forward-thinking approach coming from the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, and I pay tribute to Sam Broughton taking up a leadership role in that space. And then finally, just repeating our strategic directions, but enabling us to focus on why they are relevant now in the post-COVID-19 crisis environment, and asking the external advisory group to take these changes into account and factor them into their advice on the LTP. And I think, so the whole approach, but perhaps the one that I'll just end on is is the question of number 9. So the number 9 one, because that to me is really critical to this, and that is agree that the recovery action plan, and it has to be action, will include indicators and performance measures and processes for ongoing monitoring of both actions and outcomes. So there is no point having a series of actions, they're called outputs, unless they are actually delivering the outcomes that we are seeking to achieve. And we need to have very clear, measurable outcomes, and they need to be presented in such a way that both management and governing bodies are able to see what's going on, both in the national and global context, but more importantly, so that communities can actually see the progress that is being made, as well as how they can contribute to success. Because this is not a paper that talks about the City Council doing things for people. It's a City Council focused on enabling communities, businesses, people who work within the environment, people who work within the cultural and the art space. It's an enabling environment to enable us to unleash the potential of people who live in our city and beyond, in order to ensure that we do have a city that is both livable and sustainable and resilient in the very broadest sense of the word. So that's the intent of the paper, and it puts a lot on the shoulders of the Chief Executive, but also the work of Christchurch NZ, the Greater Christchurch Partnership working in a collaborative framework for Greater Christchurch 2050, which is the right horizon to be thinking of. If you think about our long-term plan process, that is our whole focus for our infrastructure strategy that we're legally required to do. And if we're thinking about infrastructure in the context of 2050, and we're thinking about Greater Christchurch in the context of 2050, then we're actually having the right conversations. So that's the framework and the intention. So has anyone got any questions? Otherwise, we'll just move on to the debate. Aaron.
I had a couple of questions, and they're quite big ones. The first one is, I couldn't find anything that signalled a clear conduit between the council and government. Government play a really large role in recoveries, and 2 weeks ago New Zealand was in an enviable position of being one of the first countries to have COVID with deaths, and then go to basically 0 cases. So we were the envy of the developed world, essentially. And so what's our position with talking with government? Because I look at things like the shovel-readies, and there's tradesmen in the city laying off staff now, and the shovel-readies were meant to start to be announced 6 weeks ago. The government did the lolly scramble in February, and we got 130,000 out of 12 billion. And now the city more than ever needs support and to work with the government. So where does that sit in this paper? And like, there should be a conversation weekly, because the landscape's changing so much. So,
Yeah.
so that's my first question.
Yeah, central government's working collaboratively with local government as a sector. So rather than going to the 70 individual councils around the country, they are working collaboratively with Local Government New Zealand and SOGM, which is the Society for Local Government Managers.
And I understand that.
And
but
where it is sitting in the paper, which was your question, is 8, which is to agree to adopt a Christchurch-wide framework for recovery that also seeks to catalyse renewal and encourages a thriving, resilient, prosperous city and region through, and it lists a number of things, but the third one on that agenda is collaborating with strategic partners and leveraging opportunities. That is specifically about our relationship between particularly Christchurch, Waimakariri and Selwyn and central government. So they are the core partners in terms of the work that is being done. Now, a number of our shovel-ready projects that were put into the mix relate to Three Waters, as you know, and you also know that central government has not put the resources into that space yet, because there is still a bigger conversation going on in terms of what is the way to fund that. And the proposal we put to central government was that we had a cost-sharing agreement for horizontal infrastructure after the earthquakes. It worked well. If you want to spread money widely and deeply across the entire New Zealand economy, then a cost-sharing agreement around the Three Waters infrastructure would be the best way to go. So that's what we've asked to be put in the mix, and I know that that is still being considered in the context of the Three Waters review. So
as a council, on behalf of our city, how do we hold the government to account? Because, you know, they've borrowed $50 billion to use Keynesian economics to buy our way out of a hole, which I do agree with, but we've got tradesmen being laid off every week now, waiting on these projects to get started. They ask for shovel ready, which means ready to go, as in start work tomorrow. Why are those projects not being greenlit right now? And I understand the Three Waters one, and that's a percentage, but that's not the only ones.
No, but
we need that work.
Yeah, well, yeah, none of the work that we proposed is dependent or waiting on the government for funding. So if the government provides funding to any of those projects, and it was never clear what proportion of that. So some of the focus has been on clearing away some of the regulatory barriers to proceeding with projects. So the government's introduced legislation this week with a number of projects, but we didn't need regulatory barriers cleared for any of the projects apart from the redevelopment or the enabling provision that goes into our district plan. And we're using the Section 71 process, which will be faster than the piece of legislation which they are proposing to take away the regulatory barriers for the others. So it's there was more than one string to the bow. I think you're making it sound like everyone was allowed to put in a wish list for every shovel-ready project. They had a set of very specific criteria, which we followed in putting in our submission. So I'm still very hopeful that we will gain benefit from having participated in that process, but I'm not as worried about it as you are.
Yeah, because none of the PPPs have been announced for this part of the world either. I know that some big ones up north have, but not for Christchurch. So that's.
We didn't propose any PPPs.
We supported them as a council in the list that went through, the private sector ones for Christchurch.
They're not PPPs, they're private sector ones.
well, if the public's putting money in and it's a private sector project, I'd call that a PPP. Maybe
Okay,
it's not.
yeah.
But
All right.
and then the
We're
other
having a
one
debate.
is the measurable outcomes in something like this, because you can have as many recovery plans as you want, but if there's not measurable outcomes like, especially around unemployment and employment and the economy, if those numbers aren't in here for us to be held to account to, so people can come in a month, 6 months or a year and say, hey, look, your plan said you would have this, like a business plan would,
Yep.
at this point in time, we would be here.
Yep.
I don't see that in here.
No, that's because this hasn't set the baseline, but the baseline will be established as part of this process. So all of this information will be in the public arena and it will be easily able to be tracked, and people will have an expectation of living up to what they promised to deliver. Yep.
Thank
Yanni. Yanni?
Thank you. Yep, cool. Thank you. But similar to Aaron's question, I just wanted to understand how we're going to engage with the government and with local members of parliament.
Sorry?
Government.
I was just trying to understand what our strategy is for working with central government around this process, like meeting with MPs, talking to the different
Meeting with MPs isn't
political-
meeting with the government, Yanni. I think I've explained
No, I know
to you
that.
before. But,
Sorry, I'll give you some examples. Meeting with ministers, meeting with MPs,
Yanni,
meeting with the different political parties.
Yanni,
Cool.
thank you. That's the whole process around developing the framework for developing the recovery action plan will be engaged, obviously, with local MPs. They are very much a part of the community. They're elected leaders within our community, so that they will be involved. They were invited to the Economic Recovery Forum to participate in that. So and that's right across the board. So that will continue to be the way of dealing with local MPs. Community leaders will be expected and invited to be part of the whole development of this action plan and the delivery thereof. And then on the other side of things, in terms of central government, obviously the chief executive has that role through Solgum, and we are having regular meetings with our local minister, the Minister for Greater Christchurch Regeneration.
Right, and can I just ask, so really the focus on this is doing the Christchurch 2050 plan and putting resources
No. It's
into doing that.
The focus for the sub-region is the Greater Christchurch 2050 plan. Christchurch has to have its own action plan, but this is not something that is to be delayed. You know, it's action oriented. That's why this is not a recovery plan or a strategy. It is an action plan. These are the things that we have to do. Underpinning that is the Greater Christchurch area, which is actually the area for negotiating with central government in relation to urban development and transport. We already know that. The basis for all of the work that's being done on the public transport business cases are all done from a Greater Christchurch perspective, because the relationship between Christchurch City, Waimakariri and Selwyn districts is core critical to the future of our city, our sub-region and actually our region. They're all interconnected. So that's why this paper cascades across, really, the city, the Greater Christchurch area and the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. And they are all related, but there is no duplication.
Right, and so our plan will inform what we advocate for at a regional level. Is that kind of how you see it working? So we develop what we want, and then we use the regional level to advocate for that to happen to central government.
No. Look, I could just say yes and write it off, but I think you're misunderstanding the connections. They are independent and interdependent. So the interdependencies are what we can build on together. But when we are talking to central government about urban development and transport, we have to be talking as a greater Christchurch team. And that means Christchurch, Waimakariri, Selwyn, the Canterbury Regional Council, and it means Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu, and it means the Canterbury District Health Board, because that is where the linkages have been created through the Greater Christchurch Partnership. In terms of the region, you'll note that there has been quite a significant change in the approach of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, and it has been very much driven off the back of the post-COVID-19 reality.
Right, and just the final question I had was, is there going to be any sort of public participation process like Share an Idea for the COVID-19 recovery where the public can be engaged and working with us? And if so, what does that look like? Or when will that be decided?
I'm not designing it. We will design that, and it will be very much an outward engaged process, very much so. It has to be.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anne.
So I really applaud the intention to break down silos and to be working collaboratively. For example, following on from what Aaron was saying about employment, I know that Christchurch NZ is doing a huge amount in this space, but we actually don't know about it. So I'm wondering who is going to lead that work in breaking down those silos. I'm assuming it will be the CE?
There are two groups of silos that I'm mentioning. So every organisation of this scale has silos within it. It's just a matter of organisational structure, and we all know after the earthquakes that the silos came tumbling down, and it didn't take very long to build them back up again, because it's a natural, it is natural. We have to stop operating in silos. And that is an organisational responsibility which we are casting to our Chief Executive, and we will be requiring her to be accountable for that. And it does mean that one arm of council can't operate without knowing what the other arm is doing, because it is clear that we have to ensure that we work collaboratively within the organisation. But there are silos between organisations. So we can't afford as a city to have double ups. We can't afford to have one group doing one thing. I would much rather that we enabled partner organisations, because this has to be done in partnership, partner organisations to be able to form a relationship with us so that we get the best of who does what out of the whole city. So this is a partnership approach. It's not council is responsible for delivering, but from a governance point of view, we are the elected representatives of the city, and we will hold the governance responsibility here. Yeah, the
Can I say it?
Yeah, you can say it out loud.
I'm scribbling. Members, we talk about silos between officers. There are silos at governance level as well. So actually this is a mutual relationship, and I reflect back to you. You have already started breaking those silos down. First live example, 2 weeks ago, we met with Christchurch NZ's board and yourselves, and we went absolutely to drive down in terms of outcomes and impact and what that will mean. And you're doing that with ECAN, etc. So we have to look at this collectively about, can we create that vision and image?
And we did it with we're going to do it with CCHL as well.
Yep.
So we're going to have the council, CCHL independent directors, and Christchurch NZ independent directors. So that's going to happen soon. And the other thing is that what came through very clearly, because as a Greater Christchurch Partnership, and we've got 3 representatives on that. We had a session earlier this year, pre-COVID-19 occurring. We had a session that brought all of the members of the Greater Christchurch Partnership together for a workshop on the Greater Christchurch 2050, and all of us said how good it would be to have all of the councillors around the table to do the same together, because we're going to have to revisit it post-COVID-19 anyway, but sitting around the table with the Waimakariri district councillors, the ECAN ones, the Selwyn ones, representatives from Ngāi Tahu, I think you'll really enjoy the opportunity for us to have, I mean, it's going to be a large workshop, but sitting in smaller groups and working through these issues, we have more in common than we have that divides us. So I think it will be good. And the last thing that I'll mention in the context of silos is that I've arranged with the chair of CCHL to meet all of the chairs of the CCTOs. So the chairs of the trading organisations and myself and CCHL chair are going to have a discussion about collectively, again, the talent and skills that they bring to the table from a governance perspective. And I'll report back to you in relation to how that goes, but I think it's going to be pretty exciting. So those are that's the intention, and I present it to you, Jimmy.
Two questions. First one regarding to if today Council approve this high level the strategic framework, what is the time frame Council will be working together with our strategic partners as well as the key communities to develop our integrated action plan? What's the time frame?
We'll be getting the Chief Executive to come back to us relatively quickly with a time frame.
Yes.
In terms of the Greater Christchurch 2050, that's on a longer track anyway, because it requires some in-depth work. It does require analysis around population and employment trends, and it's a much broader piece of work because it's also about the future economy. It's really about repositioning Greater Christchurch for the future.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, I think this integrated action plan is very, very crucial, because while so these are the integrated action plan, we can monitor and review, all those the performance measures, etc. However, I'm concerned those are the integrated action plan actually cover 3 stages of the pandemic, the kind of the impact, response, recovery, and reposition. Regarding to short term, probably not any problem, easy for us to monitor in those performance problems. But long term, how do we to monitor, how to integrate with our, I'm not sure, whether we understanding once a year we did have our kind of the statement intent and also those our internal level of service, etc. But long term, how do we to monitor this? Still not any idea.
Yes, I do actually, and I'm perhaps that could have been a little bit clearer for you, but I think that the key will be in this recommendation 9, which is in relation to the indicators and performance measures.
Yes.
So they've got to be living and breathing. They can't be set in stone. So we will set indicators and performance measures. That's a governance decision, yes. And so a recommendation will come back from staff in relation to what they might be. Yes. It does mean that we have to take that role of governance seriously, and that means that if we are not achieving the outcomes that we have established, then we have to call it out, and we have to be in a position to pivot, because we have to understand that this isn't going to be a linear process. This is going to be, things are going to get better, and then, well, things, oh no, I sounded like Trump then for a minute. Sorry, things are not going to get better. No, but the reality is that things change, and it isn't just a straightforward, we're at this position in time, and this is what will happen. You can't, life is not like that. And so we actually have to be in a position where we set realistic performance measures, but we have to do that to enable management and governance to be able to fully understand the impact of what they're doing, because there is no point making decisions to do something if you don't understand what the impact is. And as a former cabinet minister, I can tell you the unplanned consequences or unseen consequences are the worst thing, because everyone will have expected you to have seen them in advance, and they will be so you raise a very good point, and it is going to require very good governance to ensure that we deliver.
But for our internal budget, sorry, sub questions. We did have the leading the agency, particularly for those indicators, and we did have the supporting agency. Am I right? So every the agency how to bear their individual responsibility. Am I right? Regarding our measurement.
The overarching
Yes.
recovery will be the responsibility of
Yes.
the different agencies
Yes.
connecting in. So it will be different depending on what the circumstances are. But obviously health has been the leader of the
Yes.
response. The economic recovery, the government has played a huge role in terms of the economic recovery. And again, we don't want duplication.
Yes.
We have to make sure that what we do adds value.
Yes.
So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, but in the
Okay.
context of the constrained environment that we're in as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Tim,
Thank you. Look, I think breaking down the silos, and there are so many, and they're perceived silos in many ways. But I mean, just to start a conversation, I think what could be quite good between, say, council-owned companies who are all owned by the ratepayers of Christchurch, that the AGMs of CCHL and the companies under that umbrella could be held at the function room here at the council rather than off in different places. And I think that would be a really good way to start that ball, because I think there's a lot of perception about what can and can't happen and what they're doing. There are a lot of positive things happening, but it is always seen or reported on the negative. So I think that we should actually start a lead in that and start opening that relationship between the people that own these organisations and ourselves and these companies. And I'd really like that conversation to start kind of getting some traction.
cool. Well, I mean, there'll be a process for taking that up, so that's good. Pauline?
Yeah, it's just a small thing, but number 7, which we touch on procurement, and of course everything's changed so much now that we are going to be looking at local procurement, not just in our construction companies and subcontractors, but also in our service goods, what we and things that we've traditionally possibly sourced from overseas, that we need to have a really strong preparedness for having to source things here. And I'm just wondering if we need to have a bit more in there about that, and also harnessing, supporting local talent and supporting small, medium enterprises as well, because this is about our lead in the economic recovery. I just think it could be broadened a wee bit.
It's, perhaps if I just get the Chief to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, in reality, I think there's a real opportunity for this council to look at its procurement policy and think of that completely in a holistic way as you've described. It isn't just about the capital programme, it is also what we procure for service delivery, etc. And there will be elements in our policy, I think, that already exist, but I'm asking the head of procurement to look at that in the roundest sense. We should be doing that anyway, even if COVID hadn't happened, but it's even more important now, which would be thinking about that from a perspective of impact on employability, impact on equity, impact on climate, etc. So there's a real opportunity for us to look at that and get the balance between qualitative and price, and be really clear in terms of our specifications at each stage.
All right, so I'll open it up for debate. Sarah?
Thank you. Our world is changing, and changing faster now than ever before. The current pandemic has shown us that if we listen to the science and the experts, if we act together quickly with a sense of unity and purpose, we can effect real change. New Zealand saw it coming and we acted, even though other countries didn't act in the same way. And we are now in the enviable position of being able to recover and reposition. But we need to make sure that we also focus on the larger crisis facing us. We need to act on climate change and do it now if we are to avoid the worst impacts. The long-term plan we have started work on takes us through to 2031, 1 year past our citywide target of halving our emissions, and we need to make sure that it gets us there. Our 30-year infrastructure strategy will take us to 2051, well past where we need to be at a net neutral and a climate-adapted city. It needs to get us there. The costs of acting now are dwarfed by the costs of inaction, and the focus on intergenerational equity and well-being is critical. COVID has shown us that while the government can set policies to effect change and to help fund it, our individual actions all count too. So let's reposition ourselves as a sustainable 21st century garden city. Let's think ahead, work together and act now.
Andrew?
Thank you. Firstly, I think this is an excellent report. It sets out the challenges and opportunities that we're faced with very well, and it addresses some key themes and considerations, particularly around teamwork, partnership, working together, breaking down silos, working in an integrated and collaborative way across agencies and organisations, and just as importantly, or possibly more importantly, communities. This is, of course, based on learnings from the earthquakes and other events that we've been through here in Christchurch, events that we've had the opportunity to learn from. And those experiences and this knowledge that we've gained in Christchurch previously are so valuable as we consider this current situation. Local leadership, been bold, doing things differently, realising that things are changed and are different, but also realising that that change creates some huge opportunity. So this report indicates a strong focus, one that I welcome, on the need for open, democratic and accountable ways of working, with agreed indicators and performance measures for ongoing monitoring of outcomes, but just as importantly, communicating these in a way that can be easily accessed and easily understood, both by elected members, by partners, and again, by the community. This is about including agencies and including people, about being open and transparent about what's been done and monitoring so that we and the community can see what has actually been achieved against clear and easily understood indicators. So the recovery needs to start now, and in fact some of the work referenced in this report is already underway. It needs to be well understood that this is an economic and social recovery. Council has a clear leadership role here, and this paper shows at a high level how we'll lead, but also in doing so, how we'll work collaboratively and inclusively. So I welcome this, but even more I look forward to seeing real, tangible and measurable results as actions coming out of its implementation are reported back to us.
I've got Anne and Yanni.
Thank you. I just wanted to actually pay tribute to you, Leanne, and the work that you've done to bring this together. You are getting good at doing this recovery report, and we really appreciate what you've done. I think that I read somewhere that people crave certainty. They want to know where they stand and what their lives and hopes are going to look like for the future. And I think this is about hope. It's about sowing hope. And I think our residents want to move forward with a sense of confidence that the steps taken so far are working and that the next phase and those that follow will be similarly carefully organised. I think credible information is crucial in a time like this, and that's our challenge. Our challenge is to communicate what we're doing and how we're doing it in a way that our residents understand and draw confidence and hope from. So I look forward to seeing that happen and to working together to bring about our recovery.
Thank you, Yanni.
Thank you. I think what's really important as a council that we learn the lessons from what didn't work so well after the earthquake, and I think this paper recognises that. One of the problems after the earthquake is we had a vision for the central city, but no vision for the whole city. And I think what's heartening about this is that it actually talks to having a collective vision across the city, because that's really the strength of every part of our city and community needs to be involved and engaged and have the investment in the same way that Central City has post-earthquake. So I think there's a lot of stuff to take to heart from this. It talks about principles of openness and transparency, and I really welcome that. I think the other thing is we do need to be very focused, we need to be very sharp, and we need to really identify what are the key things that we want to achieve. We can't have the risk of trying to be so good at so many different things that we end up with very average and mediocre outcomes. And so I look forward to the next piece of work, which I hope will really set clearly what it is we want. I do have some concern that we still don't seem to be getting enough leverage with central government to have a joint up approach. And just to give you one example is the new hospital that's being built that is going to be too small. And it just seems crazy to me at a time when we would want investment in terms of building in the construction sector, that you could actually have the hospital being built as the medical staff are wanting to service the needs of our community, and yet it's for some reason not. So I think there's some things that we need to take on board, that we need to strongly advocate to central government for the good of our city, and I hope that this process will enable us to do that in a way that makes sense and that gets support. I think the other thing we learned post-earthquake is there's no point in building a huge duplication of agencies, new agencies, existing agencies with the same powers as others, just all basically giving advice to each other. We wasted a lot of money doing that, a lot of time, and we actually can't measure what the outcomes were that we achieved from it. And I thought that review of the Central City Blueprint that Regenerate Christchurch did was excellent in identifying what some of those shortcomings were. And really one of the key takeaways is it was around understanding your community and understanding what you're trying to achieve with the people that are in it. And so I think this hopefully will be a different process that uses existing structures to get better efficiency and use of resource rather than duplicate and waste. And so I support that. I just wanted to finally conclude with a word of caution in terms of the region. It's great that we look at where the growth is occurring in our city and in our region, but let's not do that at the expense of taking our eye off the ball of some of the suburbs in the eastern part of the city that also deserve to be involved in the conversation about the future of public transport, for example. And so I hope that this process will look at equitably across the city around what our needs are as we grow and develop, not just into those outer areas of the region who have benefited hugely from what has happened with the previous urban development strategy at the expense of some of those existing neighbourhoods in the east of the city. So I welcome this work. I think we need to keep monitoring it, getting really clear outcomes and being focused is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam.
Oh, cool. Thank you, Leanne. And I want to acknowledge you. I think you've actually been really good in setting this framework up. I guess I do share a wee bit of Aaron's concern in terms of just the measures, but really look forward to the work that's going to be carried out to bring that back to us to monitor it going forward. Because I agree, it needs to be significantly tangible outcomes, or else there's literally no point doing it. The one I just wanted to point out was Resolution 7 around the council's direct role in the capital program, and I think that's a really good signal to send to Christchurch at the moment. And for me, if there's one takeaway from it, it should be us endorsing a message that we want local businesses to put their hands up and help build our stadium. So I think if there's one thing to take away, actually we want to employ local people and tick a couple of boxes at the same time, and that's going to be really beneficial for the city. So thank you.
Cool. I've got Tim and Jimmy.
Thank you, and I guess I'll follow from Sam and Aaron's outstanding report, and thank you very much for the work that you've done, and I know there have been others that worked on it. So, but the three key things with any good report and any good paper are how you measure, what you measure, and when do we measure. And they are the three crucial things I believe that we really need to follow up on this, and when, where and how is absolutely crucial. And I do follow Sam's mentioning about supporting local companies, and part of that growing is about the local companies coming together and working together for strengthening their position in our community and our city and our region. And I think if we support them and we get buy-in from central government, which we will have to do because they are a partner, they're paying 50% of the multi-use arena, so I think hand in hand and improving those relationships would be outstanding.
Excellent. Jimmy.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, taking a lead to establish this high-level helicopter strategic framework, particular focus on the our city, you know, how to dealing with recovery, all those COVID-19, the pandemic, the crisis. And that's very, very crucial. And also, I'm very happy, this is not only the Christchurch, only the framework, particularly highlight, this is the wider Christchurch, the framework, because this COVID-19 pandemic affected not only this city, but also our region, and even the nation. You know, so 5 million people all affected by this one. But I'm just concerned probably next stage, particularly to integrate with this action plan, need to the more the positive, constructive to coordinate with all those the key stakeholders and also communities to develop this integrated action plan, because this action plan is implementable, you know, monitoring, measurable. That's more important to give the people, you know, give the community, give a big group, have a strong feeling of council taking a lead, integrate with all those key stakeholders, you know, for focus on those pandemic recovery, and also particular this long-term kind of recovery. It's not a one day only. So we need to more kind of working together closely, you know, for the future the develop this one and for the future implementation. Yeah, that's very, very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
I would have to start by saying there's nothing in this you could disagree with. You read a document like this and you go, yep, it all makes perfect sense. But when the public will look at this also, you'd have to ask the question, if we didn't do it, would it change any of the outcomes for the city? And I say that not wisely, having been schooled in the school of hard knocks, which is Christchurch of the last 10 years. And I look at the recovery post-quake and I compare us with other cities because, like some of the other councillors here, I was lucky enough to visit San Francisco. And they had the big earthquake of 1906, and some estimates is that their population dropped as low as 6,000. There was nothing left. I don't know how 300,000, as officially stayed there, did. And the remaining population stayed to turn devastation into opportunity. We didn't do that post-quake in Christchurch. I think the biggest failure was speed, and we cannot fail again. Speed was a big failure because in San Francisco, back when they didn't have hydraulics, they didn't have power tools, they didn't have the equipment you've got to use today, they managed to build 20,000 buildings in the first 3 years post-disaster. And 9 years after their massive earthquake, which devastated the city, they held the World Exposition. And if you look at the pictures of what was in San Francisco, and that architecture is still there today and people still visit, that was within 9 years. This city failed. The leaders of this city failed. And I mean across every aspect of the city. We did not deliver the dream that the people wanted, which was seeded originally during Share an Idea. It was agreed and then just not delivered. We cannot do that again as a city. We have to get this right. And when you can turn devastation into opportunity, right now there's half a dozen industries that if we grab by the horns, we can be in a better position in a year's time than we were going to be if COVID didn't exist. That's the thinking you have to have. You have to find opportunity in disaster. You cannot go, oh, the world's falling down, everyone's going to be out of work, we can't do this, we can't do that. We were a can't city, we were Canterbury for the last 10 years, now we have to be Canterbury. And that is the attitude that has to go into it. So I will reluctantly support this because to me it could be just another document, but it's a better signal if the whole council and the whole city get behind a form of recovery and actually get it right this time, because I can't look the people of my city in the eye and say that in another 10 years' time, oh gee, COVID really stuck around, didn't it? It shouldn't. We can beat it. The medical people will get on top of it. It's knocking the world around right now, but this country is in an incredible position. incredible. And, you know, when the crew of Avatar are flying in to spend $500 million and the Lord of the Rings crew have already kicked off spending $1 billion, there's one of the half a dozen industries that we should be looking at right now where NZ Inc. can grow. Look at the rest of the world still fighting and crumbling and wrecking itself, and we can excel and go back to being what was at the 1956. We were the richest nation per capita on the planet. Where did we go? Lift your game, Christchurch in New Zealand.
Oh, kia ora. Well, I'll just wind up. Oh, Mike.
Well, first I'd like to acknowledge and thank you. Have been hard for so many, but through the lockdown we did have a glimpse of a new lifestyle, a life where we lived in a city that was not car dependent. Our streets became quiet and people friendly, our air became cleaner. You know, the environment responded to our action, but we know that that had an economic impact. We need to change for the benefit of our future and future generations, but this needs to be a just transition. That transition needs to start now because it will take time to do it right, and time is not on our side. Let's think ahead and act now. While we're about to finalise our annual plan, which has been a response to COVID, I'm looking forward to our 10-year long-term plan, and our 30-year infrastructure strategy will take us out to 2051. It is time to reposition. It is time for Christchurch to become a sustainable 21st century garden city. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll just wind up the debate. First of all, thank you for the acknowledgement, but I need to acknowledge Ivan Yafeta, Joanna Norris and Dawn Baxendale and others who came to the table to do a lot of the nutting out and a lot of the thinking, and Ivan in particular for holding the pen when I was doing some of the dictation, so, which is always very challenging. But I have built this off the back of experience. I wasn't sitting around this table when the earthquakes happened. I was sitting in Parliament, sadly in opposition, because I think from an opposition point of view, I always felt that it was wrong to have a government in an opposition position on a recovery of a city post a disaster. Post a disaster, well, in wartime Britain, it was a coalition government that ran the recovery, and I felt that the situation demanded a coalition response. In terms of the earthquake, nobody really sat around the table saying that they opposed something. They sat around the table scrutinising whether it was an appropriate way to go. Share an idea was fantastic, and I actually agree with everything that you said, Aaron. When the councillors that went over to San Francisco, unfortunately that trip coincided with the person who'd been the mayor of San Francisco at the time of the earthquakes. He came to Christchurch for TEDxEQ Chicha. And I heard him speak. It was the most inspirational speech I've ever heard. And he talked about the necessity for courage. He talked about how courageous decisions needed to be made, and sometimes against huge opposition. He made the courageous decision, which cost him his job as the mayor, to take down and not rebuild the motorway, which meant, or the freeway, which meant that the entire waterfront was opened up to the city of San Francisco. And it was one of those wow moments. And I always remember, because he said that people will invest their capital after a disaster. I remember his words to this day. They've got capital to invest. A politician only has one capital to invest, and that's political capital. And he says, be courageous and do the right thing. So what we're signing off today, I don't want councillors to vote for it if they don't get in behind it, because this is not going to be easy. It's actually going to be hard. It is going to require courageous decisions, but we need to be enabling. Listen to what the people who've been submitting on our annual plan have been saying, I hope they come back to our long-term plan, because every single one of them have talked about the importance of collaboration and partnership. Every single one of them. The ones that have come here year after year after year asking for grants didn't come for a grant this year. They came for a partnership deal. They said, if you invest in our charitable status, if you invest in that opportunity that raises, we'll bring more money into the city to actually achieve our collective ambition. And it wasn't just the business sector who said that. Well, the business sector came in and said that's how you can do the central city, but they also said that model would work in New Brighton. And then you get the New Brighton Residents Association turning up and they say, hey, we'll have some of that too, because we want to work in partnership. We know that we can do this if we're empowered and enabled, and that's what the council should be doing. And it's your point about can't Urberry as opposed to can Turberry. We can be a can-do organisation, and we ought to be, and that's what we've told our chief executive we want to be. So this is an enabling framework, but every single one of us has to get in behind it and make it happen. So response, recovery, repositioning, all of the language is in there, but the delivery will be why we've got an action plan in front of us, or the concept in front of us today. And just to finally just note one of the submissions is that it is an opportunity to reset. So I've specifically called that out for Akaroa. While the cruise ships aren't in there, we can reset the environment for them. And actually, this is an opportunity for us as a whole city to do a bit of a reset as well and think about the kind of future that we want to have. So thank you all very much, and I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, it's 10:35 and I have to leave in 10 minutes. So I think we've got a relatively short paper and recipients of donations from council organisations in lieu of councillor directors' fees and review of policy. So I would like to move 1, 2 and 3.1, which is retention of the current policy, a generic decision that the money goes to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, Tahua Topua, and that any residual but on this occasion, imagination station. So if there's any change to that, to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, essentially the balance, it will come back for a decision, but otherwise it doesn't have to come back for an annual decision. It's just an automatic flow through. So that's the motion. So I've moved it. Seconded by Anne. Okay. So I just think
You need to tell Yanni to switch his mic off.
Yanni, you need to switch your mic off. So.
Because your dog has just seconded the recommendation.
And we should note for the record, because this paper came up before, that we have the declaration from the Office of the Auditor General, which states that that they have issued a declaration allowing all councillors to discuss and vote on the remuneration policy despite their direct or potential financial interest. All right, which was a requirement from the last meeting. Do people have questions, do they? Yeah. Yeah. Tim.
In answer to your question, yes, I have a question, but...
Just a couple of things. First of all, I will take part in it because my position on fee-based is unpaid, so yes. There's no question about that. I'm supportive of this, but I would prefer the imagination station, and I will vote separately if I can to that, because I believe it should be covered in by the libraries. But
yeah, I tend to agree with you, but I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to deal with that issue in the LTP.
I don't. Yeah. I can say what I want.
So you can. Yes. If I'm still here, and if I'm not, then Andrew can call the imagination station one separately. Yeah. James?
Just around recommendation 4, with the minor impact on rates, where did that come from? Was that in the last paper, or has that been presented originally? And just with respect to the other options, or 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, is there a level of rating implication on those?
Sure, good question, Jamie. So you'll recall, James, you'll recall, or you may not recall, back in on the 21st of January when we were doing the original draft annual plan, we had direction from you around reducing rates, and we took 160k that would have gone to other organisations, and we said that we would use that to reduce rates, and that went against corporate revenue. So by making any decision today, it would have the 0.03% impact. It was 160,000.
Okay, and for the other ones as well, that's still applicable to 2 and 3, is it?
Yes.
It's exactly the same.
Yep.
Do you mind if I just ask one more question?
Yeah.
And it's just around the advice from the Auditor General. I'm just a little bit unclear. I understand the intention around it, and I think what you've given us, so it's probably for Ian, through you, Leanne.
Sorry?
I said it's probably for Ian. Through you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I understand, that what you were to seek from the Auditor General, but I'm just a little bit unclear. We essentially asked whether or not the Auditor General could provide advice on it, but it looks like we've applied for a dispensation or something from it. What's just the rationale around that? Exactly.
Ian asked, I know the answer to this, Ian asked for advice, and they said the quickest and easiest way was to seek a declaration. So he sought a declaration.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure. Yep. Sam? Oh, sorry, there was somebody else had a question.
Oh, yeah, but asking for that declaration on behalf of the council, wouldn't that have been a council decision? Because it's quite a major one, asking for us to breach. No, we asked for the information. We didn't ask. I didn't even know you could get a dispensation to.
It's not a dispensation.
Or
It is a
declaration. A declaration. Sorry, I get my D's mixed up.
It is a declaration from
Yeah.
the Office of the Auditor General that
Yeah.
we are all allowed to participate.
So why don't we just do that for the whole term on everything?
Because it has to be on where there is a direct or potential financial interest.
Well, and there could be throughout the term. So, like,
This is a very specific one.
yeah, where you can
Ian
receive
discussed
money.
it with the office. Ian, perhaps if you can repeat what
Please let
can you
Ian deal
repeat
with
the
it.
conversation you had with the Auditor General? I know.
You may recall that the request was to get advice from the Auditor General on participation in the debate. So I rang the Auditor General's office and said that was the question that had been asked and what was the advice from the OAG. And as you can see from the initial letter from the OAG, they saw that there was an issue in terms of the participation rule and suggested the way around that was to apply for a declaration that the rule didn't apply to this particular issue. And that given that the Auditor General's view was that all of you have an interest in one form or other, whether it's current or potential, you should be allowed to take part, notwithstanding that it was in the best interests of the community that you'd all take part. So I applied for that declaration, as you could see from the letter, and the Auditor General has issued the declaration saying that the participation rule in terms of pecuniary interests doesn't apply and you can all take part.
So, Sam, question?
Thank you, Ian. So if we weren't to apply for the dispensation or the declaration, what would be the impact of those who are potentially conflicted? So obviously there's an issue with
It is spelled
conflict.
out in the letter. It says,
Yeah,
in our
but the
view,
public haven't seen that.
in
though.
our view,
So I'd
it
just
is
like
like,
to
yes,
be
the
clear.
letter's been sent to you all.
No, I said the public haven't seen it.
Well, it's been released
It's not a
to the media.
supplementary. Yeah.
In our view, it is likely that all councillors have a financial interest in the outcome of the discussion about the remuneration policy. Those councillors who are willing to be appointed as directors of an external organisation have an interest in the policy on the fees paid to those positions. Members who are not currently councillor directors could be appointed to the boards of external organisations and entitled to any remuneration payable. Therefore, all councillors are potentially affected by any change to the remuneration policy. It says so in the letter.
Yeah, that wasn't my question though. Yeah, my question was, if we didn't apply for it, where would we be now?
Nobody would
Confused.
be able to.
No, I'm asking. Can I ask Ian?
Yes.
He's actually the
Ian?
expert.
We would have been left in where we were when it was first discussed. I gave my advice that I thought you all could take part. There were those who didn't agree. They could have stepped back if they wished to. The decision would be at risk of challenge if someone wanted to do that, but it would have been up to you guys to determine whether you were in or you were out at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I'm not going to be here for the vote, obviously. So yeah, because Yanni's got a question. So I'm gonna have to.
It's a very quick question. It's very quick. I just wanted to say I wanted to abstain on point 1 because I'm deputy chair of the Mayor's Welfare Trust. That's it. Cool. Cheers.
Is that an issue for you, Anne?
Because of...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, no, sorry, I hadn't considered
Yeah, I know.
that, but yes, that's
I know.
probably best, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll need to move it, and somebody else will need to second it. Okay. Well, there will be. Okay. All right. So
Sarah wants to speak before she goes.
Move into debate. Sarah. Sorry, you had a question. Right, okay.
Can we suspend standing orders to allow Sarah to speak?
No. Let's take
You
Jack's
sure?
question, and then we'll move on.
Oh, sorry.
well, you can look. Why don't you defer the paper?
Well,
do
why
everything
don't I
else
ask my
and
question?
come back to it.
Okay, so defer
Why
this
don't
till...
you reconvene the meeting at 1:30 and we'll deal with it at 1:30.
All right. Yep, let's do that. So defer this item till 1:30 and reconvene at 1:30 rather than 2 o'clock.
We could
and do this
continue
then.
with questions, though, could we not?
No.
We can pick up your question at 1:30. Okay, so just to clarify, that paper now stands deferred until 1:30, and when we break for lunch, we'll reconvene the meeting at 1:30 to deal with that paper before we deal with Regenerate Christchurch at 2 o'clock. So we've now got a number of other items to go through.
Do we vote to defer that, or do you get to do that as chair? I'm not sure.
No, the paper hadn't been moved and seconded.
So it had been moved and seconded, although we got to a point where the mover was no longer in the room, and the seconder is now declaring a conflict. Ian, can we get some advice? Well, then the paper's deferred till 1:30 and we'll reconvene at 1:30 to discuss it. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next item. So let's just move through the agenda. What have we got? We're at 10 to 11. We've got CCHL coming at 11 o'clock, is that right?
DCL here.
DCL are here.
DCL are already here, and we've got CCHL at 11.
They'll turn up about then, that's all right.
Okay, why don't we just do a couple of papers that we can do reasonably quickly? So, item 5. Have people got questions on 5? Tim, you're happy to move. I'm happy to second. No questions? No debate. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 6. I'm hoping this will be equally quick. I'm happy to move this. James, you're happy to second? Yeah. Any questions? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. And then what we might do is now break for morning tea and come back at 11 o'clock, at which point we will move into the Q3 reports. So I'll adjourn the meeting to 11 o'clock for morning tea. Let's be back here at 11, ready to deal with the Q3 reports. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to, sorry Andrew, just to confuse you, I don't know if you want to do DCL since
Do
they're the only
DCL
people
first.
sitting here.
Yeah. All right. Now let's reconvene the meeting, and I would move us straight to. Excuse me. Can we make a start? And I'll move us straight to item 11, simply because we've got DCL in the room. So we've got Rob Hall and Joel Lischke who are here. I'd invite you to the table, and I just want to make some overarching comments on these Q3 performance reports as we move into them. So there may well be questions, there may not, but there may be some questions. What I want to do is keep the questions to the matters that are raised in these Q3 reports. These are reports to the end of March. Obviously, life has moved on significantly since the end of March. Things have changed again, but this is not an opportunity for a free-for-all Q&A about anything and everything to do with these organisations. This is an opportunity to ask questions on the matters that are raised in these reports that cover this particular period. So having said that, Rob and Joel, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the table. Are there any comments that you wanted to make by way of introduction to this report on our agenda?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, everybody. Look, firstly, I would just say, I guess the key activity for the quarter that is reported on was the opening of He Puna Tai Moana, the hot pools, and you'll see in the back of the report a closeout report which showed it was delivered just under budget and on time that we had set. And the other key activity which occurred was preparation to go to market for what we now call the Seaview development on the old school site in New Brighton, which was part of the New Brighton implementation plan about bringing more people to the seaside village, and that's out at market at the moment with responses in and being assessed now. There's also a little bit in there about the Christchurch Adventure Park, and perhaps I can pick up in a bit more detail on that during the PX session. So other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? No questions? So Tim, you're happy to move. I'm Sam, you're happy to second this. Aaron, what's that? I'll allow a question.
Yeah, thanks guys. Just with coming in under budget and stuff on the pool, we had a deputation yesterday from Richard Peebles, and he said about us relooking at contracts and so on and so forth as an organisation, because they said everyone's up for negotiation at the moment because we just live in such a different universe, as you know. Had there, with the transition of DCL, has there been any talk of potentially you guys looking at that with us as a branch of council or not? And is that something you'd...
If I've understood the question correctly, no, but maybe we pick up on that further in the PX session.
Yeah, it was a really good presentation from Richard Peebles yesterday, and it's an opportunity, and with you guys having delivered under budget, you kind of know which way to cut the cloth.
Yeah, I mean, my 20-odd years of client-side project management of construction projects, it's about having the right team and a real level of scrutiny over costs, time and budget. And often you don't see that happening, particularly in organisations where there is a lazy project management practice or accountability frameworks in place. So those things can be tightened and managed much more stringently.
Yeah, and there's also that other problem where government departments and councils seem to get priced quite differently to other private organisations. Obviously, plumbers and stuff aren't ringing our team like they ring someone like Richard Peebles looking for work. It's quite a different setup. So would it not be better in the as the wind-up of DCL's coming is, can it transition into something that can be of a benefit to the city over the next 2 or 3 years in a different role?
Look, that's a conversation perhaps for others. I mean, look, with construction projects, my experience has been that the two fundamental approaches is the typical one, which big public sector bodies typically do, is where you will a main contractor who will subcontract out works, because that's safe for the purchasing organisation to manage a contract in that way. What we did with the hot pools, and we did it even more so with the playground, is we took on the lead procurement and procured a lot of the subcontractors ourselves, so we could control costs. Now, there are greater levels of risk with that approach, because you get into conflict if things don't happen, or timing, because your main contractor will point the finger at you and want cost recovery from you. So it needs a strong level of coordination and cost management, and a greater appetite for risk to manage that way. But with the right team, you can save costs in doing it like that, and improve on time.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, just the way that we'll run the meeting, we've got obviously the Q3 reports in open agenda. We've got some further matters on these reports to consider in public excluded. My intention is to go through all of the Q3 reports, then deal with the Netball Centre building paper, item 13, and then deal with the PX items after that. So apologies if that causes some delay. I'm expecting to move through all of these items reasonably quickly.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, so next we will move to item 8, Christchurch NZ Holdings Limited Q3 Performance Report. And we have Joanna Norris here. Joanna, if you'd like to come to the table. And Linda Gibb as well. Joanna, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. So were there any comments that either you, Joanna, or Linda wanted to make on this report before we move to any questions?
We're happy to take this as read, acknowledging that the quarter contained within this report is prior to the significant impacts of COVID, and our activity since the period covered by this report has largely focused on the economic recovery plan.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions. Aaron?
Yep, sorry.
Oh, Yanni, I'll come to you in a minute, so I'll take Aaron first, and then I'll come to you. Aaron?
I was going to say I don't mind if Yanni goes first. So just on the Buy Local campaign, Jonah, I note that, so the irony wasn't lost, that one of the billboards for Buy Local for Christchurch was the corner of, I'm going to say, Victoria Street, Villiers, and that's an Australian-owned billboard, whereas there's a whole lot of New Zealand/Christchurch owned ones that would we not be better to put the advertising on the local?
It's owned by a New Zealand company. It's owned by MediaWorks now. QEMS. Don't even ask me.
All right. Can we get an answer from Joanna, please?
Yeah.
If indeed there is one.
So it's just around our. Have we got new tighter watches on our procurement for buying news? Christchurch
Yeah, look, I'll address the procurement issue more generally than that specific billboard site. We always do endeavour to procure locally where it offers value for money and where it supports local businesses. There will be occasions, though, when we will procure from entities that are domiciled outside of Christchurch because it represents better value for money for the ratepayer.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. I was just wondering, are we going to get any sort of detailed report back on the Bread and Circus Buskers Festival? Like, especially, I guess, now it's operated for 2 years and we put a significant investment in at the start. Is there any sort of, not closeout report because it's obviously still going, but just can we get some sort of detailed report on the financial situation in terms of the funding, the revenue, and how it's performed in terms of attendance?
Absolutely.
Or expectation.
To give members any information they would like relating to any event. In terms of the funding, as you're aware, Councillor Johansson, the risk for that event sits with the event provider, which is Strut and Fret, and the funding provided by Christchurch NZ is a static funding line.
So my understanding, but again, I think having a detailed, briefing on where it's got to from where it's come, was we put a significantly increased investment in to start on the basis that would be significantly reduced as it's established. So I'm just not quite sure where we've got to with that, but I do think it would be good to get a kind of detailed understanding of, what we were sold, what's happened, how it's gone, and then what the the ongoing funding is.
Thank you. I'll note that as an action.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, maybe one of the Tuesday briefings. The second question I had was around our letter of expectation, which asked Christchurch NZ to address prosperity in some of the lower socioeconomic areas of the city. And I didn't see any reporting against that. So I was just keen to understand what you're doing in that regard.
Yeah, look, it's an excellent question. The work that we did with the councillors and the Christchurch NZ board 2 weeks ago to develop inclusive prosperity measures was a really powerful piece of work that we'll be incorporating into our statement of intent. We're very pleased to have had the opportunity to do that work with councillors. We're very pleased with where that is getting to, and we're intending to bring you back a set of measures that reflect the intent of councillors through that session. And again, that will be reflected in the economic recovery plan and the wider socio-economic recovery for the city.
Thank you. Yanni, was there anything further?
Sorry. I was just trying to, I appreciate what you're doing in this quarter. I was trying to understand for the last quarter.
So this quarter,
what's being done in that
this
regard?
quarter requires us to report against our existing statement of intent outcomes, which were approved by council for the current period. So it wouldn't be realistic for us to report against different outcomes.
And not, of course, any change.
Okay. Is that? Sorry, I think we had a letter of expectation that we sent. When did we send that? Yeah, I mean, others will know. We had a big debate about it as council. I think it was October or November.
We received an updated letter of expectation last week, and we're incorporating that into our statement of intent for the coming year.
So that would relate to the next financial year, not to the period that we're discussing as regards this Q3 report that takes us to the 31st of March today.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm finding this a little bit confusing, really. We had a discussion. We had a debate at council. I guess we sent a letter of expectation. And now you're saying another one's gone last week. Have we seen that as councillors, that revised one?
Yes, you have. You saw it late April, I think it was.
Right. And I thought we were going to come back by July and send a revised letter, but maybe the chair or the chief executive can just clarify that.
Yeah, can we get some clarification on that? I mean, that's an internal matter for us as council rather than a matter for Christchurch NZ. What's important to us is how Christchurch NZ responds to the letter of expectation and the amendment to it or the addition to it that has been sent, which is as a result of a council resolution. And we're expecting now to get the statement of intent back from Christchurch NZ in time for us to formally receive that by the end of July. So that's 1 month later than normal. And that then forms the basis of the work that Christchurch NZ would do for the July 1st, 2020 to June 30, 2021 financial year.
Chair, do you mind if I add?
Please do.
Thank you. So, members, it's important that you don't confuse the next year's activity to this year's activity. This report relates to a letter of expectation you would have given to Christchurch NZ over a year ago, and that is what they are reporting on. You clearly have worked together about the future activity for next year, so please don't confuse those two things together.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
And there'll be opportunity for a debate about the statement of intent for the next year at some point between now and the end of July, so at the appropriate time when we get that back from Christchurch NZ. Was there anything further? No? All right. Do any other councillors have questions? Anne?
Thank you. Hi. Just, and once again, it's a bit of a grey area because we're thinking about last year and now this year, but you have increased activity in business support, growth and retention. I wondered if there was anything particular you were doing for, we had a small events company that came and spoke to us yesterday who are struggling, obviously, because of the situation that they are in. Have you got anything in particularly targeting that type of business where events have been impacted?
So I don't need to understand their specific needs to answer that question specifically, but we have helped more than 4,000 businesses over since the COVID period, giving them business advice, access to the government wage subsidy, advice on human resource issues, and we're working alongside the Chamber to give that advice. So if they were to get in contact with us directly, we would do a needs assessment and we'd be able to support them and give them access to the relevant services.
Thank you. Now, the purpose of the resolution is just to note the report. Do I have a mover for that, please? So, Tim, you'll move. Pauline, you'll second. Thank you. So, moved by Tim Scandrett, seconded by Pauline Cotter. Is there any debate?
Yeah, Andrew, did you want a specific resolution about the buskers so we can make sure that that's, or can that be captured as a note?
I don't know that it needs to be captured in a resolution. I think we heard Joanna say to, well, in fact, we did hear Joanna say to us she would take that as an action point from this meeting. I think we can have confidence that that will result in what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So this has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, so now moving to the V-Base performance report, quarter 3. Now I'm aware that we don't have any of the V-Base management team here today, but we do have our own staff, and we do have a member of the board in the form of Tim Scandrett. Tim, did you have any remarks that you wanted to make?
Yeah, look, I'll just quickly just say that the management, the new CE, etc., wanted to be here, but it's an incredibly hard day for all involved with V-Base, and so they are in the right place with their staff at the right time.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Any comments from council staff on this report before we move to any questions?
Yeah, the key thing was that the apologies from V-Base management for not being here. They do want to be here, and they have asked for a workshop on V-Base's future, which with councillors, so we've got that in train hopefully. As far as this report concerned, it hits at the end of, or the start of the COVID crisis, where their revenue dropped to zero. So they are doing a lot of work since that point in time, getting ahead. So up till the end of March, they were working towards a plan that included a restructuring, which effectively is in play, and so therefore that's where we are today. So I'll take the report as read, and we can go from there. If there's any questions.
Thank you. I would definitely support the notion of an early workshop, clearly for councillors to be brought up to speed with the work that was going on pre-COVID, where that had got to, and obviously, I imagine, a greatly changed situation post-COVID. I think it would be good for us to have the opportunity to address those matters by way of a briefing. So thank you for noting that. That's great. Are there any questions on this V-Base Q3 report? Okay, so I'm happy to move receipt of this report. Mike Davidson seconds. Tim.
Could I just make a comment to councillors that V-Base aren't obviously the only organisation in this position in the city. You've got the Isaac Theatre Royal, you've got the Piano Air Force Museum, who we manage for on behalf of that trust. This industry stopped dead, 100%. So there are some amazing people in the city holding on and doing some amazing work. So I just want you to be aware that there are a number of players here. They are all seriously hurting, and just be aware it's not like any other business. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. All right. Is there any debate on this? I'll put the motion.
Hang on, Andrew. Yep. So I just wanted to acknowledge in this report on page 43 the high utilisation of the Christchurch Town Hall, and you can see that they've had exceptional demand, 168 events delivered. And I appreciate what Councillor Scandrett is saying. I think going forward, we've got some huge challenges with the number of venues we have in the city and the ongoing sustainability. But I just wanted to acknowledge the success of the Town Hall after it reopened and the number of events that have been delivered there by V-Base and by obviously the private promoters and the community groups that use it. But I think that does vindicate the decision we made to repair the Town Hall, and it was really great to see how many people have used it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
So next we'll move to item 10, Christchurch City Holdings Quarter 3 Performance Report. And Leah Scales, CFO of CCHL. Good to have you with us. Welcome to the table. And Linda, obviously, from our own staff as well. Leah, were there any comments you wanted to make on this report before we move to any questions?
The only thing, obviously, which is the obvious thing, is the before and after. This was again March end quarter. So the Ryan, and the other thing I'd like to say is this reports is the first time, because the previous one was cancelled, this is the first time you would have seen these dashboard reports. that we are now doing in public in regards to the Local Government Act reporting. So it is a snapshot. It is specifically about the statement of intent targets and performance targets, how they are tracking against them. And the other thing about this is it's actually a tracking measure, so it's actually highlighting how they're going and how they're going to end up against their year end, which is slightly different from what we've done in the past. So that is why, bar Orion, who was already at year end, everyone else is pretty much looking in the reds for a lot of the financials, as you can well imagine.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, that certainly underlines the statement that I made at the beginning of the consideration of all of these reports. These are, a particular period of time, and there's been significant change since the end of the time period that we're looking at. And CCHL obviously is another area where that has been significant. All right, so moving to questions, I'll take Sam first, and then I've got some questions from Yanni. Sam.
Thank you, Leah. I asked sort of Paul during the lockdown as well. I just wondered if you give us an update in terms of what we're doing to look at the companies that aren't performing that well at all, in the current environment, in terms of their cost structures and how we're looking at minimising the overheads that sit within them. So, what pressure is CCHL putting on the companies?
So, in regards to all the companies, or just the
probably the underperforming ones at the moment.
So, at the moment, in regards to COVID-19, as every business looking at all of their costs and working through, they don't actually need too much pressure from CCHL to do that. Everybody's in a very tough position. And to be fair, we are getting really regular updates from our subs. I mean, from me, from a CFO point of view, I'm probably getting monthly forecasts for them. So but it's a moving feast. As you can appreciate, things like the airport, depending on when we come out of lockdowns and levels and when the borders reopen, these are all moving feasts and they're all doing a really good job. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure going on everywhere, and they've been very proactive in working through it.
Thank you. Yanni, I'll take your questions next and then I'll come to Pauline. Yanni.
Thank you. Thank you for the dashboard approach. We didn't have living wage in there or senior executive remuneration, and I just wondered if there was any measure that you had to look at what was happening across our companies that we could see progress towards the living wage, and also what was happening in terms of senior executive remuneration restraint.
Yeah, so in regards to, I think I gave some feedback to, because you raised this question yesterday, I think, through staff. So the living wage progress, we always give an update once a year, and we do that after Q4. So there will be feedback on that, as we have committed to, progress against that. In regards to executive remuneration, that is always provided by the individual companies in their annual reports.
Thank you.
So could we not get some sense of what's happening across the CCHL group in terms of total senior remuneration increases or restraint as an indicator?
That is released by the entities themselves as part of their annual report. Yanni has done for the last 3 years.
Right. 4 years. Okay. And sorry, I haven't got the advice back on the living wage yet. But I mean, okay, we'll wait to Q4. But is there any update you can give us on the implementation of it in terms of progress?
Yeah, as I think the last report I gave, we looked up, didn't we? It was August last year. So the old entities are all working towards it. We're committed to working towards over a 3-year period, and they're making good progress. Obviously, the focus in the last 3 months, to be honest, and this is not coming from the subs, has been actually retaining staff and keeping people employed. And as we go through the forecast, that's why Q4 is the perfect time to actually review it, because they'll be able to see the impact of COVID on their businesses and actually be able to give a more up-to-date focus of how that progress is going.
Yep, thank you. And
right,
I think we need
but is it...
Yeah, Yanni, go ahead.
Oh, I mean, is it fair to say that none of the companies have implemented a living wage yet?
Yanni, all of bar 2 or 3, all of the other entities all pay over the living wage. So it was always only going to be some of the smaller companies that were actually impacted by that.
I think we need to respect the reporting cycle and the need for reporting up from the sub-entities, and the fact that we'll be getting a full update as part of the end of Q4. To get a piecemeal update now probably isn't as helpful as to get a full update with explanation at the end of Q4.
Yeah, okay. It's just, it would be hard when we do our letter of expectation and statement of intent not to have had that information and understand what progress was made. But just moving on, the only other question I had, and again, it's probably looking more forward than back, but I'm just really trying to understand what border controls we've got in place at the port around COVID, and whether anything's been considered or looked at around the foreign crews coming into our harbour and into our communities.
Yeah, that will be an operational matter, and the port will be doing it in line with guidance of the government.
If that was a concern that we had as city governors, I think it's a question we'd raise through a different channel than a discussion about the quarter three performance report.
Can you just advise what the best channel is? Recalling that I did raise before the cruise ship came into Akaroa, and I know that's not a CCHL thing, but it was frustrating to raise a concern and then still not have any action and have that cruise ship come on with COVID-19.
Yeah, can I get Dawn to pick that up, and we'll come back with some advice on that? I mean, I appreciate that it may well be a concern, but the channel for dealing with it is different than the consideration of this particular report. But we'll pick it up.
That's fine. Cheers.
All right, thank you. Further questions, Pauline?
Yeah. Look, just quickly on page 52, under CIAL and the energy, good to see. Emissions expected to decrease by 90% from baseline with decommissioning of diesel boilers, so that's good to see. And then just above that, with waste, the feasibility analysis has been completed to look at on-site processing of organic waste, and the comment is that it's determined to be viable from a waste perspective but unviable economically. And I'm just wondering if it's possible for someone to provide a summary of that feasibility study that I could have a look at, whether it be you or our staff, because I'm quite interested in that.
I can put the request through to airport
because there's other benefits that are not all economic. So
I can pass that on to.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further questions, Melanie?
Just looking at, I think it's Orion, the health and safety, like for the last 2 quarters there's been a couple of non-injury events, and I was just wondering if it says that they're taking corrective actions, but I was just wondering if I don't know the history before that of events, non-injury events. Is it improving, is the question, I guess.
Yeah, and they work through it. I mean, we do work on those trends in those regards. A lot of those things, as you would have noted in that report, that if it's a notifiable event, it goes to WorkSafe, and WorkSafe make the decision of whether to investigate. So we take a lot of comfort in the fact that if WorkSafe go and we're not progressing in it, that they're comfortable that the measures have been taken and put in place. You also need to remember Orion also includes kinetics. So it's also got it's a contracting business, so there's more likely to be more injuries than not. But in regards to trends and what you're asking, no, it's no worse than it has been.
All right, thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, just on enable, given that, so I keep hearing in the media that there's been dogs using the internet.
Someone likes my report.
Yeah, so there's been numerous reports or reporting about the excessive use of internet, and especially from home, and the amount people are using, yet enable new customer growth continues to track slightly below plan. Like, everyone locked at home and having to use internet is a dream come true for an internet company. But why would that, I mean, what was their plan? Even more people locked at home? I don't get it.
Oh, look, with connections, I mean, they've always had a strong growth, but there's always the early adopters, there's always the thing, and then it's the hard ones to get. And you've also got to remember that there's competition out there, right? So you've got, your other Vodaphones, your HFs.
We don't mention the competition. We don't
no,
talk
but
about
meaning what I'm getting at is there's also got to be a compelling reason to change. And so they've done great tracking, but it is going to get to that harder end, so they're just working through that.
And just going into the lockdown, all the schools sent notices round to check how many kids didn't have internet at home, and then the government sent a whole lot of modems to the wrong school. But that aside, was there not a big uptake then, or did Enable not get the contract? Or is this prior to?
Yeah, no, Yeah, this is 31st of March.
So this
okay,
is
so just
prior
remember.
to that kicking in. That's April, is it?
Yeah, well, it would have
Right.
been in lockdown, but yes, in answer to your question, enabled was, in the New Zealand, in Christchurch, they would have been doing it, and they work closely with a lot of those things, and also the vulnerable people as well.
Right, so their year end might actually end up green.
Yeah, but you also got to remember, so it was only those essential connections that they could do through level 4 lockdown. So
Right.
yes, if they were requested to do it for vulnerable people or the schools, yes, but all other connections, so just anybody else, like say I didn't have a fibre connection, if I wanted it, I wasn't going to get it through lockdown because they couldn't connect, because like everyone else, they were in lockdown. So
Right.
yes, their connections overall will be less in that period.
Okay, cool.
Yep, and noting there'll be a lot more information on a number of these matters of what happened during the lockdown period and after in the Q4 report, which will be coming to us in 3 months' time. All right. So can I have a mover?
Sorry, Andrew, I just have one more question.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sure.
Oh yeah, I just wondered if we could just get. I'm just looking at the City Care performance report, and it's all green and really, really positive around operational. And I just wondered if we could get some comment from CCHL around City Care's performance and how they view it for the third quarter. Thanks.
Yeah, they're doing very well, but again, and they, well, up to the third quarter, they were doing very well, as this is tracking.
And any further update to come as part of the Q4 report? Yeah.
Right. And how does CCHL monitor City Care's performance?
CCHL monitors all our entities the same way, in the sense that we work very closely with, we have strategic performance reports, updates every quarter. We have their chair and CEOs coming and meeting with the CCHL board at least twice a year. The CE and CFO meet quarterly, and we're on their phone with them weekly. So we do very, but they're all, it's not City Care specific, it's every single entity is the same.
Yeah, okay. Cheers for that, thanks.
All right, thank you. So can I have a mover for this report? Jake, and a seconder, Sam. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. That's carried. And what I'm going to do, just in terms of the order of the agenda, we'll deal with the Netball Centre building, item 13, next, and then we'll be going into public excluded for the PX part of the CCHL report. So I'm expecting to continue to move reasonably quickly. Thank you. Oh, did Yanni vote against? Yanni, you voted against the CCHL report, yep? I think it might have been.
Sorry, no, I didn't. I voted for it.
You voted for it. All right, thank you.
Yeah, the dog might have voted against it. Apologies,
right,
I'm locked in the room. So
the dog doesn't form part of our quorum. Okay. Now then, let's now move to, and I notice we've got a number of people have joined us for this as well, which is great. The Christchurch Netball Centre building, item 13. So John and Andrew from our own staff, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. Now, Tim, you're not going to take part in this, are you?
Yeah, I chaired the hearings panel which looked at the Netzel land lease at Ngāpunawai, and there has been some suggestion in the public arena that the two were connected. In no way, shape were they. So I'm just keeping with integrity and perception that I think it is best that I, as the chair, will stand away from any decision on this at all, either in public or PX.
Which is entirely your choice.
And I'll be leaving the chamber just to...
Yep.
I'll also be.
So, and you're choosing to.
Yeah.
You're choosing to do the same.
For the same reasons that even though we know that these things aren't related, the perception by some is that they are. So this actually helps to make that physical distance from it.
Yeah, and again, noting that that is your choice, and there's, regardless of how you exercise that, there's no need to give a reason. But thank you for explaining that. Thank you. All right. We've got staff at the table. Some introductory comments around this report.
Sure. Thank you. So the purpose of this report is for Council to consider whether or not they wish to purchase the Canterbury Netball Centre, situated in South Hagley Park, and for the potential repurposing of that building once it becomes vacant for the use of a multicultural centre, primarily a multicultural recreation centre. The matter of multicultural centre is a long-standing issue for council and has been consulted on in multiple annual plans. The opportunity has arisen for council to consider its funding towards the multicultural centre being utilised in this way, with netball indicating that at some stage in the future they wish to vacate Hagley Park for the purposes of netball. I think that probably is enough unless there's any immediate questions.
Yep, all right, so we'll move to questions next anyway, so thank you for the remarks. So Aaron and then Jimmy. Aaron.
Yeah, no problems with the report, and I'd be happy to move it, Mr. Chair, if you like.
Yep, so we're in questions at the moment, but noting this.
A question for you, John, just around because it's got in here that the funds are going to the Netzel Centre, that the access, one of the sticking points by some people was the access to the centre. When will the access from Wigram Road around the other side be coming into play?
So this question doesn't relate to the paper that's in front of us, it relates
well,
to
it kind of does, because some of the complaints in the public domain are around us supporting the Netzel Centre. And that's where some of these funds are going to. So it's just, he doesn't have to answer it if he doesn't want to, but if there's an answer, it's a pretty simple question.
Look, I'm happy to
just
give
a
some
broad
guidance.
timeline.
If there is a quick answer, let's take it.
It's a matter that popped up with the Netzel Centre, and I guess the connection there is netball. Council has made it quite clear, as did the hearing panel, that they wish to see funding proposed at the front end of the next LTP to support improvements to access to the Ngāpunawai Sports Hub.
All right, thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you, yeah. The Aaron want to move. I would like to second, but yes, last night I sent several questions, but I didn't get a reply. First one, my understanding that the council, put on our budget 130K for the kind of due diligence. I just want to know whether we have done or not yet. If not yet, what's the time frame we'll do this one?
Thank you, Councillor Chen. As part of that due diligence, the council staff have undertaken a independent and thorough building assessment. And the results of that are included as an appendix to the report. So we believe we are purchasing a robust building with a good lifespan, and all the outstanding earthquake-related repairs have been fixed. So it's a good, solid, concrete building. We've also had a comprehensive valuation done by an independent valuer, and it's come up with two valuations. The valuation as if it were used as a netball centre on an ongoing basis, and a valuation if it is not. The former being higher, the latter being lower, and the maximum purchase price that we are recommending that council pay is slightly below the lower valuation, and that's not to reflect any scepticism on the value of the building. It merely reflects what the council has to spend, what we've set aside, and the inability to secure any other third-party funding to help us in this exercise. So in the important areas, we've actually done the due diligence. The due diligence that we haven't done, and we've pointed that out in the report, is we haven't done a detailed business case with the multicultural community on exactly how a multicultural recreational and sporting facility would work. We aim to do that over the next year, the next financial year, not calendar year.
Thank you. Second question.
Indeed.
Second question, what, based on your paragraph 3, the start of the presentation, what is the time frame? In the beginning, these are the multicultural recreation sports at the center under the council control, and they will be administered by the park unit of the council. But our still target for this, to seek in the partnership, the key kind of the partner organization. What's the timeframe will be undertaken?
Yeah, Councillor Chen, we'll start business planning straight away. I think there's a couple of aspects on the time frame. One point in the recommendation requests that the proceeds are used by netball to fund their ongoing development. That will mean that netball will probably need to stay in the building until they move. So we need to have a discussion with netball over that. We've also looked at the time it takes to develop a new facility, and as Andrew's estimated, it will probably be at least 18 months. So I would imagine progress being made in the short term, but taking probably up to 2 years. We see a transition process. It's a big building in the middle of town that can accommodate a range of uses. So without wanting to preempt, perhaps we can have multicultural and netball use in a transition rather than one stops and the other starts. We won't hang around.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Yanni and then Pauline. Yanni.
Thank you. And the dog's in the doghouse, so she won't be interrupting again. Apologies for that. Just wanted to check. I know in our original resolution, we did look at talking to other funders. Has any conversations been held with any other funders like Rata or City Foundation around a contribution to this?
Yeah, thank you, Yanni. Good question. Yes, we've talked to a range of other funders. We've talked to Rata, we've talked to the Community Trust, we've talked to the Christchurch Foundation. We actually extended our net a little further. The feedback we've got from funders is they don't see themselves participating in this transaction, i.e. the council buying bricks and mortar on Hagley Park. There was a lot more interest from places like the Rata Foundation in actually assisting the multicultural community when they go to move in, sort of operational costs fit out, rather than buying sort of concrete and tiles on Hagley Park. But we're following up all leads. We also believe that probably Christchurch Netball and the multicultural community will be more successful in funding if we support them rather than us applying in our own right. We tend to get more bang for buck, but we've certainly had those conversations and we can update councillors as they go.
Right, and have we approached central government, like Ministry of Ethnic Affairs?
No, we haven't approached central government, no.
Right, okay. The second question I had was around the ongoing OPEX. We've set aside some of the OPEX. Obviously, we've gone through a huge budget process with COVID-19 response. We can't currently maintain our existing facilities. What confidence can we have that we can maintain this facility and it's not going to take away from the other facilities that we already own in terms of deferred maintenance?
Thank you, Yanni. In terms of parks facilities that the parks unit is responsible for, I do believe we do maintain our facilities to the required level of service. As John has pointed out, this building in question is a large building, but it is also a building in very, very good condition. Undoubtedly, there will need to be allocation of funding through our asset management planning through the next long-term plan, if council do decide to purchase the building. But we don't believe that it's going to be in any way significant. We haven't done the detailed analysis from an asset management perspective of what needs to be set aside to support the building at this point, but it would be done as part of our normal asset management processes.
Thank you. Yanni?
And the final question,
yep.
Yeah, it was just in regards to the consultation. So the seeking community views, I just, in the page 172, it said it is understood that netball may not have had the opportunity to discuss the sale with their entire membership. And it just, I just don't quite understand, like, normally in terms of council, if we were doing something significant, we would have a seeking community views process. So can you just help me understand how groups within the netball community, not the actual official netball group, but the wider netball community can have input into this decision?
That, in terms of selling the building, that's really a question for netball, who are in attendance. In terms of consultation, council have made it very, very clear through multiple annual plans that they're interested in investing in a multicultural centre. So that consultation has been by means of those processes. And John's just returning to the table.
Yep. Yeah, we're unable to obviously comment on the conversations that netball have had with their community, but we've got netball representatives in the room at the moment who've just advised that because the opportunity to sell the building has just arisen, because a ground lease for Naipunawai and a future has just been awarded, they're undertaking those conversations at present. And it's really a matter for the sport of netball to look after rather than the council to manage. We'd just like to reiterate that from the council side, we've had extensive conversations with Hagley College. We've talked with the multicultural community. We've talked through Councillor Templeton, who heads the relevant committee with the Hagley Park Reference Group. And obviously conversations with the Christchurch Netball Centre. So from the council purchase side of the equation, within the circumstances that prevail, there's been a reasonably wide-ranging discussions. We'd also like to reiterate something that Andrew said earlier, that the concept of a multicultural centre has been through at least 2 annual plan processes now, so it's had quite a bit of airing in the public for a number of years.
Sorry, I get the issue around the multicultural centre. What I don't quite understand is how we've sought the views of the sporting people that actually utilise that space. Are you saying we've just done that through the Christchurch Netball Centre and left it for them to do? We haven't actually done any of that ourselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's not the council's building to sell, so really we don't have a role in engaging with the sport other than through the peak body and whether they wish to sell their building. It's not something that we do. In any circumstances with any sporting body, we would engage with the body themselves, and we've certainly done that. And they're willing sellers, although they have always maintained that they've a number of conversations to have with their membership. You know, should council decide to proceed, the next stage would be negotiations, and I would assume that's where the conversations would happen.
And just related to, final question from me related to that was just if their membership votes against it won't happen. Is that basically how it works?
I can't comment on that. All I do know is for every sale and purchase transaction, there needs to be a willing seller and a willing buyer. We're looking at whether we have the permission on behalf of council to be a willing buyer. It'll be up to netball to be a willing seller. They've indicated that that's the case to date, but as I said, a deal hasn't been signed, and we wouldn't proceed down that avenue until we got a resolution for council to allow us to do that.
All right, thank you. Pauline.
Oh, completely forgotten. That's a problem when you follow Yanni. Look, I've got just a question on 5.2, and it's just a historical question. I'm hoping. So it was built in 1994 and designed by Don Donathorn Architects, and so it was a purpose-built function room with kitchens, amenities, etc. So who built it and who paid for it?
I don't actually know the contractor. Maybe our netball colleagues can help us there.
I don't mean who physically
Do you
constructed
mean council, or was it council or netball?
Who paid
Oh, it was
for
definitely netball, yeah.
So they built it
they built it,
themselves, and they paid for it. So they built it, and they didn't buy it later. They actually...
We'll find out exactly, council.
Why don't you ask them down?
Netball financed it and Fletcher's built it.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're done with questions. All right, so we've had Aaron indicating a willingness to move this, Jimmy a willingness to second this, so moved by Aaron, seconded by Jimmy. Is there any debate? Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. First, I would like to remind our first-time councillors probably was not aware of this history, particularly in the beginning, back to 4 years ago, the Hagley Community College and in Christchurch, the kind of multicultural, multi-ethnic group, they engage with council and make the deputation and the submission to the council, the multicultural working group, and present to the council the annual long-term plan back to 2 years ago, 2018 to 2028, the submission, and also in that time the work decisions, the united with some other community facility to done some network plan. Then the last year, our annual plan, 2019 and 20, they make a submission to the annual plan again. And council consider their submission and also consider in response to the most attacks on the 15th of March last year. So council secure those budget in our the annual plan for 2 years. First year, $1.5 million in 2019 to 20. The other $1.5 million to the 2020 to 21. And also put $130,000 as a due diligence, to make the list the go ahead. So I believe all the re-elected councillors was very impressed, because we are nice stream with their submissions, and also the multicultural community, the center, this facility is long awaited by the wide range, the culturally, linguistically community needs. And also based on council's multicultural strategy, we launched this strategy for more than 3 years in May of 2017. Particularly, we emphasize it's a council commitment to give every community and every person equally opportunity to access council services, resources, and participating in the council decision-making process. We all impressed when the Hagley College and the Christchurch Multicultural Council and the Earth Council united with all the culturally linguistic community representatives. They highlight this multicultural strategy. So this our responsibility, bear our responsibility to implement this strategy. Those very crucial and important. And also budget already in here. Staff also already coordinate with all the wide range, the key stakeholders in the group, etc. So this is a good timing. We approve this one, we can go ahead. Otherwise, council, we are not bear our responsibility, fulfill all the policy, etc. So just want to remind all our fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Pauline.
Something very quickly that I think that, considering that this council is fully supportive of a multicultural centre to be built in Christchurch, and originally the idea was to support Hagley College. This seems to me a really good deal, that we just put our money into there and then it goes there, considering that Hagley was only going to provide 500 square metres because of the constriction around space, and this one will be around 2,000, so it's going to be far more fit for purpose, I think. So I think actually looking at it through that lens, this is a better outcome. Plus having that recreational aspect all around it in the park, I think it's going to be a lovely centre, so I'll support this today.
Thank you. Aaron.
I'll just briefly add to Jimmy's story, which was a good one, Jimmy. The multicultural centre was one of the things asked for, and share an idea as well, and it was pushed around for quite a while. Unfortunately, the funding and a site wasn't assigned to it in the blueprint, but now it's here. So thank you to the work Jimmy's done, and especially the staff for finding a solution, and like Pauline's just pointed out, 4 times more solution.
Thank you. All right, so I'll put the motion.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, Andrew.
Oh, Yanni, sorry. I'm chairing a meeting with most people in the room, and you on Zoom is a little bit difficult, but no, go ahead. Thank you.
It's all right. I just wanted to say that while I appreciate the opportunity that this affords us, I do have concern about the engagement with the sporting codes who utilise the facility, and not just the main people that own it. I totally appreciate that Christchurch Netball, it's their decision to make, but I am concerned with some of the correspondence we've had from that wider membership, and I would have liked to have had a much clearer understanding from their view before we made this decision. But I think the other thing is, it still sticks in my head as recently as yesterday, the submissions we heard from people like Richard Peebles. And the reality is we are in the most extraordinary times, facing huge challenges. And so my preference would have been option 4. I think it's, option of going to Hagley College. It seems it would be much more cost efficient. I appreciate that the space may not be as big, certainly the new space, but you've got an entire school that could host and be utilised when it wasn't in use, and that would seem a far greater opportunity than what we're presented with here. I also note that the benefit of that would be the ongoing maintenance, and as a councillor who's just been through the annual plan revision, to see the tiny amounts of money we've saved off OPEX and had huge discussion over, the fact that today we're being asked to add significantly to our OPEX when we've cut it on so many other things, and can't afford to maintain our existing buildings, and they might not belong to the parks asset, maybe they're with community facilities, I'm not sure, but the number of community facilities in my ward where people cannot get basic maintenance done because of lack of funds shows me that actually at this time, this is something that we simply cannot afford. So I'd much rather prefer the Hagley College option. I think that would make a lot better use of resources and funding, and it would save us at a time when we actually need to save money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point of order. Sorry. I didn't want to interrupt him because he's not here, but just as a point of order, the claim he made around the OPEX, I don't think we know the outcome of, and the OPEX may be completely taken care of by the group that are taking over the premises. They might find other funding for it. So given this is the public domain, it would be good if, Mr Chair, you could just quash that claim that was made. Okay, well, I think you've made the point clear. I'm not taking it as a point of order as such, but clearly, there's a question.
Just read 4.2.1, potentially lower contribution to operational costs from operation at Hagley College site.
Okay, I'm not going to entertain this type of conversation. The point's been made. Jake.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as a local councillor, I'm really supportive of the staff recommendation here. I think let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. This is an opportunity that has come from an opportunity that netball have had, and then we've then been able to get an extra gain from their good fortune and moving out to Hallswell. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. 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 Against?
Aye.
Yanni, was that you voting against?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so Yanni against. That's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to staff for the work that you've done and also for being available to answer questions today as well. Thank you very much. All right, so that's everything that we need to consider on the open agenda. So now I'll move to the resolution to exclude the public. Okay, so
Members?
we'll move to the resolution to exclude the public. So noting that Leah Scales, Chief Financial Officer of CCHL, remain after the public have been excluded. And that's obviously that supplementary information report, and Rob Hall and Joe Lishke and Leah Scales for item 18. So those named people to remain.
DCL can't remain for CCHL element.
Yeah, no, so it's two separate items. So we'll deal with, why don't we deal with DCL first, which is where most people are involved, and then DCL can leave and we'll deal with CCHL after that. So item 18 is where we'll go first, but let me first of all move to exclude the public. Sam will second that. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. And then we'll just wait for the
Excuse me, I'm just going to reopen the meeting, so if we can get the live stream back underway. All good to go? Thank you. All right, so welcome back. And Yanni's just joining us remotely. And his dog has been sent to the doghouse, according to Twitter. And I'd like to congratulate Dominic Harris on a very amusing Twitter coverage of this morning's session that I missed a part of, where Yanni's dog was apparently a great contributor to the session. So we'll move back now to paper number 7, recipients of donations from council organisations in lieu of councillor director fees and review of the policy. And we were undertaking questions at the time, and I think we're up to Jake McLennan. Thank you.
Yeah, my question was actually the same as Sam's, as much as I remember it all those hours ago. But I just wanted to make sure, because obviously the OAG have come back saying let's do an extra thing in the form of this waiver. Does that mean that if we hadn't have done it, we would have been on shaky ground, or is this just a further thing that we could have done to ensure we're on even better ground?
I provided you with my advice, which was that this could be regarded as a policy matter, and that in effect all members had a financial interest in one form or another, either currently or potentially. So therefore, my advice, although I said it wasn't black and white, and there was a risk, was to participate. You elected to seek advice from the OAG, and effectively the OAG has validated that advice and said to you that you won't be in breach of the Members' Interest Act if you all took part. And that essentially is it.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Were there any other questions? Aaron.
Yeah, just referring to the letter dated the 19th of June, in your letter to the OAG, the first line is, on behalf of all members, the Christchurch City Council has requested a declaration. And so I thought we would have had a heads up that us, because it says on behalf of all the members, that we would know we're asking for that declaration. Because that sounds like a council decision.
No,
that line there.
It reflected the wording of the Act more than anything.
Yeah.
And I just assumed that because I'd been sent away to get advice to all of you, I undertook the OAG process on behalf of all of you. I'm sorry if I should not have taken that assumption, but you know me, I play a straight bat, and I thought what I was doing was fine.
Thank you.
And importantly, had the support of the Chief Executive as well.
Sorry?
And had the support of the Chief Executive.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So, we'll go back to the motion. So, and I am going to note that the councillors that serve on Tahua Mayor's Welfare Fund Charitable Trust will not participate in the vote on item number 1, which is the proposed recipient of the allocation of funding from donations in lieu of councillor director's fees. So the motion has been moved and seconded.
Could we put Imagination Station separately?
Oh, and we are going to deal with Imagination Station separately.
Put 1, 1 and 1, 2.
One, so Imagination Station, then obviously the council directors that are on the Mayor's Welfare Fund can vote on that one, but they can't vote on number 2. So, but I will put 3 separately. Separately, sorry.
3 as well.
Number 3, yes, we can put 3 separately. So,
do you wish to recap?
Okay. No. We'll put 1.
1.
Yeah, 1, 1, 1, 2, and we'll just go, and we'll do 3, and then we'll just do the balance. All right? It only leaves 2 and 4. So, yeah. All right. So I'll open it up for debate. Sarah?
Thank you. While I had to apply for a directorship on CCHL and was selected through an interview process, it is only by dint of being a city councillor that I was even able to enter that process. It is part of my job and I willingly applied knowing that there was no additional remuneration. Yes, there is a bit of risk under the Companies Act, but there is significant insurance and frankly, if I'm doing my job well, then the risk is mitigated. What I don't want is for the donations from CCHL and Christchurch NZ to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, which supports the city's most vulnerable, to be redirected into councillors' pockets. Frankly, if the vote goes the wrong way, I'd be donating fees unpaid anyway. And metropolitan organisations like the Mayor's Welfare Fund and Imagination Station are the right places for these funds. For individual councillors to pick and choose groups from their wards gives rise to the perception that they are shoring up support ahead of the next election. Letting the report lay on the table last time, while frustrating, has allowed us to get crystal clear declaration from the Office of the Auditor-General. We can all vote, and we should all vote to make it clear where we stand on the issue. Prevaricating on the declaration because it makes it uncomfortable to take a position at a time that the public are very interested is disingenuous.
Andrew?
Thank you. I continue to support the retention of the current policy, where directors' fees are paid predominantly to the Mayor's Welfare Fund rather than to councillors directly, and there are some very good reasons why. Councillors are already adequately remunerated. We don't need additional remuneration for additional work that we do, and in fact, there's an argument that this isn't additional work. Sitting on boards of CCOs we're appointed to as councillors is part of our role, just like sitting on a zone committee, sitting on the board of a community trust or of a museum. Other positions of additional responsibility which also carry no additional remuneration. The argument isn't that the argument's put that the additional responsibility of being a director carries additional risk, and it does, but actually possibly no more so than some of the other unpaid roles that I've mentioned, and arguably in a well-insured, well-organised and best practice environment, quite possibly with less risk. And in any case, training's available, advice is available, all of which mitigates that risk. And of course, a person doesn't need to accept a directorship or any other role of responsibility unless they're comfortable with all of the aspects and risks of doing so. At the beginning of this term, all of the councillors who accepted directorships took them on under the current policy, and it's therefore a reasonable assumption that they were comfortable doing that at that time. The Mayor's Welfare Fund and other charitable organisations that benefit from this policy from time to time achieve a lot in the community, and I strongly support the redistribution of the benefit that arises from the directors' fees to those who actually need them, and sharing the benefits more widely than just the pockets of a few individual councillors. I therefore completely disagree with those who say that councillors should be able to pocket the directors' fees themselves. We don't need them, and I for one don't want them. I also disagree with those who say councillors should be able to decide themselves where the directors' fees should go. This could easily lead to negative perceptions of favour or of an advantage to those councillors who do earn directors' fees versus those who don't. The more transparent, the easiest and the cleanest way of dealing with this, and in fact the most socially beneficial way of dealing with this, particularly in the current environment, and I believe actually the most sensible way of dealing with this, is to retain the current policy and apply it as widely and as strictly as possible. Therefore, I'm strongly supportive of the motion.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you very much. This policy doesn't impact me personally. The board I sit on doesn't receive directors' fees, so I want to make that clear from the outset. My major concern is with the process around this. For me, we started this and we referred it to the Office of the Auditor-General. We asked for advice on whether there was a conflict. They came back and said there was a conflict, and as a result, we've applied for a declaration. To me, that isn't something that's very tidy at all, and in my view, it just doesn't sit well, and it shouldn't sit well with the public. I fundamentally disagree with the advice that says that everyone is captured with this. They're not. We have people that sit on boards that are remunerated. By definition, there is a conflict. They are today either voting to receive that money or not. And regardless of the side of the fence you sit on that debate, that you need to be objective. And I don't think you can when you have the potential to receive that income. So that makes me feel very uncomfortable. So look, I don't feel comfortable at all participating in this. I'll be abstaining today. And as I say, I sit on the civic building. I don't receive fees. It doesn't impact me in the slightest. I just feel deeply uncomfortable that there would be members participating today that could potentially receive that money. And from my point of view, that doesn't pass the front page of the paper test. And I think we need to do far better as a city and restore public confidence. So I'll be abstaining.
James?
Thanks. Look, I've made it clear in the past that if I were to receive directors' fees, both last term or now in light of this decision, that I would choose to personally donate them to charity. I think that's fair for people to know my clear intention with fees alongside my position on them, and stating one without the other just isn't fair. But while we're on the topic of fairly remunerating for a job increases quality and increases accountability. Not fairly remunerating for a job decreases quality and decreases accountability. Yes, there will be outlying exceptions to that rule, but that's all they are. They are exceptions, and it doesn't reflect the trend that occurs. And as much as you may not like it, it's why people pay for goods and services. So from a perspective of board dynamics, remunerating some but not others creates an A team and a B team, whether that's intended or not. It's why you don't see iwi directors who sit on their holdings company boards not being remunerated, or why you don't see shareholder directors on a sizable board not being remunerated. If you think the law views you differently because you sit on the council, think again. The fact that you call yourself a councillor director is irrelevant to the 1993 Companies Act. If you think that D&O insurance safeguards you from being personally prosecuted, think again. If you think you're indemnified from health and safety law, like you are as a councillor, think again. If you think you need to personally do quite a bad job to arrive in that situation, think again. There are numerous examples when they have done everything within their power to the best of their ability, but have ended up in quite disastrous circumstances professionally for the rest of their careers. But personally, I would choose not to keep remuneration from sitting on a board of a council company. That's my call. But if you think fair remuneration shouldn't be payable for undertaking a professional role in which you want to attract highly capable people, then I wish you all the best in your pursuit of mediocrity. That being said, I will abstain on recommendation 3. That's a personal call for me to make. And although the Auditor-General has based their advice on the fact that all councillors could possibly be conflicted because they could possibly be directors, my view is that some are blatantly more conflicted than others. I'm included in that. If the vote was at the beginning of the term, prior to director appointments being made, I would take part and vote on recommendation 3, but it's not. So I voted in the past, but my views changed, especially after the Ombudsman's report, which highlighted concerns around probity and transparency. Notwithstanding that, on the basis that the council decision is for directors not to be remunerated, I'll happily support the remaining recommendations in the report and up on the screen there. One item that I do want to signal out is the $50,000 support to the Imagination Station. I cannot speak more highly of them. They started post-earthquake, and to be fair, not ideal to be a little kid in Christchurch immediately after the earthquake. And they've done a superb job and continue to. But unfortunately, their position in the library is, on one hand, perfectly well placed, but on the other hand is a double-edged sword, because a lot of the philanthropic sources that they would normally get funding from incorrectly presume that they're part of the council and fully funded by us. This isn't so. So I'm very supportive for $50,000 to be directed to them because they need it. And in the event that directors were to be remunerated in line with commercial best practice, not that I'm necessarily anticipating that happening, but I would pledge that I would give $50,000 out of my own pocket to the Imagination Station. So it's not going to affect me personally. I'm doing it as a matter of principle because it aligns with best practice. And I would like to see the Imagination Station supported because they need it. I understand that there might be a desire to find alternate sources of funding, and that's a pretty good idea, but I won't shut down the good in pursuit of the great if that's not something that's capable or possible to happen today. So the Imagination Station, and 1, 2 and 4 I will support, and I'll abstain on 3. Thanks.
Jake and Pauline.
Yeah, look, issues of process are a sideshow in my view. We've been through the process, we've been to the office of the Auditor-General.
It isn't correct to say that they overruled that there was a conflict. The truth is they said there was never one to begin with. Putting that issue to aside, it's pretty clear that many councillors around this table simply feel they're not remunerated well enough and believe that they should be paid more for the expertise that they bring to this table. In my view, people that hold that view are simply being greedy on this issue.
Pauline? Yeah, thank you. Look, just briefly, I'd just like to address a couple of things that Councillor Gough raised, and the fact that this is local government. These boards are comprised of private individuals plus representatives from around this table. And if Councillor Gough believes that this is not a group of highly capable people, then I join issue with that, because you're implying that if we sat on boards where we're not paid, we're not remunerated, the boards would not be populated with highly capable people. So I actually think that is not correct.
And that's not correct in itself. I'm sorry. I said that it removes accountability.
There is risk around the table, and I myself sit on the Canterbury Museum Board. I don't get any remuneration for that, and there's considerable hours in that. So, and on zone committees, I think we're here as councillors, as Councillor Turner said, we're remunerated quite well. We don't need to receive further remuneration. This is local government. Even staff who apply for jobs in this building have that lens over their application, because this is different. We serve people. We are serving the people of Christchurch. So with that lens on this issue, I totally support the recommendation today that the fees be forwarded through to these trusts.
Yanni and then Phil.
Thank you. Just to say that given that I'm on one of the trusts that's going to be a significant beneficiary from this decision, not just for that explicit decision to give money to that specific trust, but also actually whether councillors' directors' fees get taken and put towards charity. I am going to abstain on the whole thing. I don't think it's a good look for myself to be involved in this, so I just wanted to make that really clear. I have no problem with other councillors whose organisations are not benefiting from the decision to participate, but for me personally, given that the Mayor's Welfare is one of the key beneficiaries, I'm just going to stand back from this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil?
I, right at the start, even though the policy said what it says, right at the start, I was always have said and made quite clear that whatever directors' fees that I got, I was going to give away to charities in my ward. Now, I can understand some councillors are a wee bit worried that it could be seen to me buying votes. So I'm more than happy to give them some money to their ward if that's what they would like. But I'm quite passionate about young kids in sport, and that's where all of the dough that I've got, and I've given it all away for the year, has gone, and that's there. So I just rather I won't be supporting this. Whether I abstain or not, I don't know, because I would like to have a bit of control on where the money that I earn goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie and Jimmy.
I believe that the fees are best to go to the Mayor's Welfare Fund, because then it means that the councillors as a whole make decisions about where fees from council directorships go to. And I think it's all of our job to make decisions about that, whether it goes to Imagination Station or other people.
Jimmy?
I support for the retention of the current policy. Because while as a councillor, each one of us, we share different burdens. Some of the councillors are probably more partake of the maybe those community, as a board member, etc. Like myself, in moment, I get involved in the Royal Air Force Museum board member, Rickland Bush Trust board member, in the individual kind of board member, etc. But before I was the member is Canterbury and Christchurch, the tourism board director. But in that time, actually I taught to them beginning, but I was the councillor. Taught to them those the kind of the direct fee can directly to the Mayor Fund, etc. But they mentioned no list policy, so I still donate when I receive one. So donate to the Mayor Fund, etc. Because why? If we are not a councillor, whether we are eligible to be the board director or not, because they recruit us because we are the council. Otherwise, you are not councillor. You individually maybe, to apply for your card. Now we have no any the argue, etc. And also as councillor, our focus on how do we to improve, strengthen our service to the people, to the community, to the group. That's our purpose. We are not here at the niche stage just try to get more additional income. I don't think so. And also as a councillor, we did have a good, reasonable payment already. This is my view. So that's why I support for the retention of the current policy.
I have Aaron and then Tim.
Yeah. This is a bit of a tricky one. I, like Sam, agree that I don't think the process was a completely smooth one. The definition of a conflict is voting on something that you can have a financial gain from. So I think we're about to vote on something where you can have a financial gain. That's pretty clear. The points I want to raise are more around some of the claims that are being made around the table over councillors sitting on these boards. Look, I actually back the ability of everyone at this table. I don't always agree with them, of course, but I back their ability. And I've sat on many different organisations and boards over my 10 years and have always believed that the councillors have brought as much to the table as any other member, probably barring a couple that I've sat with, and that is who punched above their weight. Ones like Barry Bragg would be a clear example of an incredibly good board member. But and I will point him out because I do really respect the guy, and James knows him and stuff, and you can learn a lot from people like that. But I've never seen my fellow councillors dragging the chain on any board. And the suggestion that you shouldn't, when you take risks and do more work than someone else, you shouldn't be remunerated for it, I think should be across the board. If you either do that or you don't. So, the deputy mayor maybe should just be paid the same as the rest of the councillors because, it's a debate. Certainly the MPs, the cabinet ministers need to just halve their salaries back down to the same as the other MPs because they're already doing a full-time job and a bit of extra work isn't really a big deal. So they should just, in our communist utopia that we're all working towards, we should all be paid exactly, we should all be paid exactly. Hey, I believed in communism when I was 10. And at my first year at high school, I met the foreign minister from Russia, and we were still behind the curtain. So, not him and I. Russia was behind the curtain, and in fact, it was one of the best days of my high school years. Was that hearing him speak? Behind the curtain. Yeah, hearing him speak. But that aside, it's odd that we pick and choose certain things, I feel, more for political gain than for the best outcome. And I agree with Phil, if the policy is going to be to donate your fees, you should choose where they go to. Because I've got a whole lot of charities that you lot wouldn't agree with, that I would be more than happy, and they're not in my ward, they're across the city, but they're particular ones that I have special interests in, animals, for instance. I don't think the council does bugger all to support them, so I would be putting my funds there, or certain disability groups that we do help, we don't help some others. So why can I not choose if that is the council's policy? But because of the way we got here today, I will abstain from voting because I don't believe this is the right process to get to this. It should have been done at the start of term before we appoint any one member. And I think for the next term that should be the way forward, and I would participate then if I was given the honour of representing the greatest ward in Christchurch again.
Sorry. Tim.
Thank you. Look, I'm actually going to support Jamie Goff's comment with regards to this should be sorted at the very start of the electoral triennium. It should be started before anyone is elected or put onto boards, and it should stay for the 3 years. I totally support Phil Major's about if you're going to get paid, then, and this is what I talked about when I first got elected, I brought this subject up about if I'm going to get paid as a member of a board, then I should choose where that money goes. But that should all be sorted at the very beginning of the triennial, and it should stay for the 3 years This is wasting time, wasting ratepayers' money going over this again and again. I will not be supporting the Imagination Station, and it's not a slur against them at all. They do fantastic work. But why one organisation and the Mayor's Welfare Fund when there are so many other good organisations that do such good work? I don't understand why this one has been singled out. And I will struggle with 2, and I will not be supporting 2, simply because the last line states, Mayor's Welfare Fund Charitable Trust, unless otherwise advised by the council before 30th of June each year. Again, I believe that should be sorted at the beginning of the triennial before any councillor is put onto a trust. This should all be sorted at the beginning. Whether you agree or not, it's a democracy, we all vote on it, should be done by numbers, and then we live with that for the 3 years until the next triennial. So that's my situation.
Mike?
I wasn't going to talk, but everyone else seems to have, so I might as well jump in. Look, it's been an interesting debate, and it's, apart from Councillor Johansson, who I agree with his abstention, it's the people being against this or abstaining, they have a common theme, and they all want 0% rates increases, but yet they still want to pocket all the money they can possibly get. Look,
no, point of order with that. No, every single person that has spoken has said that they're not even going to keep the money. So I think that's completely.
It's easy.
It's a debatable matter. I'm sorry. Can people
this is my opinion, Sam. Could you follow process yourself?
Please keep order. Order. Mike.
The obviously reactions probably means I'm right. To try and blame, use the information that we received from the Office of the Auditor General is, it's just grasping at straws. I think it's very clear that actually the information we received that we all can participate and vote on this decision. So to use that is just actually wrong, in my opinion. I personally believe that as a director that receives fees, we should not be keeping them or donating to our own charity of choice, because it does have the ability.
If you're in this role as a councillor, you deserve to be remunerated, and we are reasonably remunerated for that. But then when you're on a different body, be it a board, you're managing more risk, and some of those will have greater health and safety risks, which I won't get too deeply into, but you deserve to be remunerated for that. The question is what happens to it, and I don't think anyone here has said I want to keep it. No one has given me that impression. And if I'd stayed in the process of appointments to boards, I would have gone down the track of saying that I would like to donate the funds or the remuneration to charities that I make the choice on, and that's why I didn't continue in the process. So therefore that leads me to not supporting number 3, because I would accept the minor amendment to the current policy to allow us to choose, and therefore I can't support 2 either, but I do support 1.
Right, so I'll just close off the debate. So the policy prior to 2013 was that directors who sat on companies as councillor directors, and yes, they are no different under the Companies Act to any other form of directors, they were paid the remuneration personally. They received their remuneration. So on top of the mayor's salary, 2 directors' fees were paid. So that was probably in the region of an extra $50,000 a year paid to the mayor. In addition to that, individual councillors were appointed to boards, and they are, although going through a recommendation process, they are ultimately signed off by the council. And if you are a mayor controlling more than 50% of the vote, as the previous mayor was, then I don't have the luxury of controlling a percentage of the vote on any issue. As people know, I'm 1 vote around the table. But when you do control it, and actually I have heard that team A team and B team, that term before. I've heard about the A team and the B team, and I'll tell you where it existed. It existed in this very room. So I'm just saying that when you have absolute control, then you can use directorships as reward. And that is unacceptable to me. And that is why when I got elected as mayor, said it wasn't fair that people that did that element of a councillor's role kept the remuneration for themselves. And I brought it to the table. And then this year, for the first time, I was asked to recommit the policy. I was asked by councillors. You asked me to put this on the agenda, and then you tried to say I couldn't debate it. Well, I'm sorry. I agree with the fact that we've got the issue of the Office of the Auditor General in front of us, and the one way of getting around the fact that every single person is potentially conflicted on this matter is to have the very document that we have in front of us. We're all entitled to vote on it. Now, if people feel that because I'm interested in the result, if I was going to vote on it, then I would vote, obviously, to retain the policy that I have championed from the minute that I arrived here. But you know who you are when I say you asked me to put this on the table, and you won't want me to debate it because you think that it is a conflict of interest. Well, I will debate it, and I have debated. I've told you what I think, and I believe that it's important now that we put the vote. But in order to ensure that anyone objects to my role in it, or that there is somehow a question mark thrown on a decision that any other councillor has made around this table, because we are entitled to our own views, I will also abstain from the vote. And that way we have achieved the outcome that we all want, which is that those of us that choose to abstain will not vote, in which case I'll have to get the motion moved and seconded by Andrew. Yep. Moved by Andrew and seconded by Jake. So, Andrew, I'll leave it over to... No, I can still put the vote because I haven't conflicted myself. I'm going to abstain. So I will... I'll put the motion. All those in favour...
What one are you putting?
Sorry. We're going to go through number one. So those in favour of Imagination Station, the allocation, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And any abstentions?
Yeah, abstention.
So there's the abstentions are Catherine, Sam, and Aaron, and opposed is Tim and Mike. And
Yanni's an abstention too.
And Yanni's an abstention.
Yeah. Cool.
No, I'm not an abstention on that. I'm an abstention on the policy question. Yeah. It's just number 3, isn't it? It's the policy. Yeah. So the that's carried. Yeah. Carried. Yeah. Number 2.
1, 2.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Those abstaining. Catherine, Sam, Anne, Aaron and Yanni. Number 3. Yeah. No, it's just number 3. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Division. So that's no. Oh, do you want a full division? Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Galloway. Councillor Johansson.
Abstention.
Councillor Turner.
Yes.
Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
Councillor Major.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Abstention.
Councillor MacDonald.
Abstention.
Councillor Kewen.
Abstention.
Councillor Cotter. Yes. Councillor Davidson.
Aye.
Councillor Scandrett,
Yes.
Councillor Chu,
Abstention.
Councillor Coker,
Yes.
Councillor Templeton,
Yes.
Councillor Daniels,
Carl, no.
Councillor Chen,
Yes.
the Mayor,
Abstention.
it's 8 votes for, 2 votes against and 7 abstentions.
Thank you. The next, that's carried. The next resolution is the balance of the resolution 2 and 4. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no.
Do you want to know division?
That's carried. Well, it's a different resolution, so it won't be the same. I'm not abstaining from this one. This is, yeah, so
Abstentions and
just let us know the abstentions and so it's the abstentions are Chu, McDonald and Kewen and Galloway, and the vote no, and Johansson, and vote no is Daniels and Scandrett. Right, that's also carried. Thank you very much. All right, so now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Regenerate Christchurch. Are we doing the performance report first?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep, I think so.
It's just myself today. Yeah, just to present the report.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
All right, so before you was a report, I also would like to acknowledge the board of Regenerate Christchurch and Ivan for your great work, and also staff of Regenerate Christchurch who are in the room. I would have to say that the whole process has been a pleasure. We've worked really collaboratively with DPMC through this, right up to the wire last week to get the transfer agreement through. I want to recognise Ian as well for his input into this. It has been a great piece of work, and I think that it's been as smooth as anyone could have hoped for. So before you today is a report. We did come to you and talk to you through the assets and liabilities transfer agreement. This is essentially required under the Act. It transfers the assets and liabilities from Regenerate Christchurch to the Crown and to Christchurch City Council. You'll see an attachment, which is the agreement, which is to be signed by the CEO for Christchurch City, Dawn, Ivan from Regenerate Christchurch, and the CEO of DPMC. That's the Act itself, the Amendment Bill, had its third reading last night, so now we're just waiting for royal assent, which will happen in the next couple of days. The Act comes in to play on the means the Amendment Bill comes on the 30th of June, and as I said before in our previous briefings, that means some of the powers under Regeneration Act will cease, specifically Section 71.
So I'm sure you would have read the report. You've probably been across this. We've had a number of briefings. I know there's a bit of interest in it. Any questions today? And we'll go through to the resolutions. Any questions?
Any questions from councillors?
It's well organised.
Right. Well, I'll move the resolution then, the recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Mike Davidson. Is there any... Well, I'll kick it off because we've been on a bit of a journey, really, and unfortunately, you know, timing, I guess, is everything, and you learn lessons along the way when you're faced with circumstances that you perhaps don't contemplate where they will end up. One of the lessons learned for me from our experience of the earthquakes was when the government came in and set up a government department at the time, you know, of the earthquakes, or after the earthquakes in 2011. The planning for the transition wasn't done right from the start, because when you're bringing something new into a city, I mean, I don't actually personally agree that that's the right way to go, but because you really need to build on what's already there. But from a strategic point of view, you've actually got to be planning for the transition right from the very start, because you've got to see your way through to the next stage. And Sarah sort of came to an abrupt end at a time that we were trying to negotiate a transition through a transitional advisory group, which ultimately had as at its core of its recommendation was a single urban development authority for Christchurch that would have seen us through as a regeneration urban development authority. I guess that what we ended up with was an organisation that put the community back at the heart of the engagement process, which had been missing ever since the blueprint process took over from Share an Idea. Share an Idea was just such a magic way to start, and it got lost. Regenerate Christchurch recaptured the essence of Share an Idea and brought the community to that amazing space, the pathway from our city to our sea, and breathed life into it, a new life into it. And as a former resident of what was called the Red Zone, I, for one, will forever be grateful to Regenerate Christchurch for the leadership that was shown in developing the Otakaro Avon River corridor. And I don't know whether in my lifetime what I'll see completed, what remains of it. But I know that that is going to be such a legacy for our city. It's going to be a legacy for our region. People will be in awe of what, this incredible space has enabled our city, will enable our city to be able to achieve. We would be facing way more flood management issues if the red zoning hadn't happened. As a city, we will forever be grateful for what has been gifted, really, from the people who used to live there. So I'd like to thank the current members of the board who are here today, Dr. Therese Arsenault for your leadership chairing the board, Jen Crawford, Bill Dwyer and Hilary Walton. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. And I acknowledge too Manaia Cunningham, who isn't with us this afternoon, but thank you so much. I've already acknowledged you today, Ivan Yafeta, for holding the pen on the recovery paper that went through this morning, so thank you for your leadership and for your whole team that sits with you and has sat in with you, and actually all the predecessor members of the boards, those that started off the process and saw it through. It's just it really has been one hell of a journey. So thank you very much for it. And Bill, I should mention you in particular because I think you're one of the originals that sat there as the chair of DCL. I think the government, the Minister and I both had the idea that if we put the two chairs of the two boards of the two urban development authorities onto the board of Regenerate Christchurch, then we would get that broader development authority concept in play. But I think we could have done it better in order to really make a big difference. But gosh, thank you for your contribution along the way. We're a better city for the roles that people have played, and I wanted to acknowledge you in particular as well. So thank you all very much, and now I'll hand over to Tim.
Well, just reiterating what Leanne said, but thank you very much to the board for all the work, the difficult times, and you did it extremely well, so thank you. Ivan, I do want to say special thanks to you. Your connection with elected members here and your leadership and your connection was outstanding, and it was very, very well done. So thank you very much for that. And to Julia and the rest of your team, outstanding work. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you. It was around about a year ago when the Board of Regenerate Christchurch was refreshed that, and when we wrote a new letter of expectation to that board, that the concept of transition and the desire for a transition plan first started to be talked about. And we always knew that Regenerate Christchurch was needing to transition to an end point that would naturally have been June 2021. But somewhat ambitiously at the time, we talked about June 2020 as a potential end point for this transition work. And I was always very keen to see Regenerate come to an end that was respectful, that was strategically aligned with work that had happened and that needed to happen, and with the capability of other agencies in the city, and in particular receiving agencies that could take on work that Regenerate Christchurch had done or was doing in a way that meant nothing fell off the edge of a cliff at the end of a logical and respectful transition. The fact that we're here today considering this particular paper is evidence that that transition has been planned and executed in a way that I believe is exemplary. I think there's a lot to be learned from what has happened in these last few months in terms of transitioning Regenerate Christchurch to an end point. And I think there's experience that we'll draw on in the future that we've had in these last few months with that transition. I also think that there's significant legacy that Regenerate Christchurch will leave. There's a huge amount of very valuable work been done which will benefit this city for many, many years into the future. And whilst the life of Regenerate Christchurch in the grand scheme of things may have been short-lived, the value of the work that's been done as what has been achieved will be anything but short-lived. So I'd like to echo the thanks of others to the chair and current board of Regenerate Christchurch, but at the same time I'd like to acknowledge the former chair and previous board members as well, and to the executive and staff. I think some really valuable work has been achieved, significant legacy, and I think the way that the transition has run, as I say, is a very good example of how to bring an organisation to a logical end in a respectful and strategic way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you. Yeah, I too want to acknowledge the work that people have done within the organisation, and I think it's really interesting that today, as we pass the previous resolutions around the COVID-19 response, to reflect on the Regenerate Christchurch. In fact, when it was established, as part of my personal submission, I quoted Theodore Roosevelt, who said, "I believe that the more you know about the past, the better you are prepared for the future." And I think it's quite apt that today we're actually looking forward, learning some of the lessons. Unfortunately, as part of my submission, I raised the concern around the lack of clarity over purpose, the no clear funding mechanisms to achieve its goals, and it added the possibility of duplication and more red tape. And I think on reflection, really unfortunately, those risks came true. Take Cathedral Square, for example, the huge amount of money spent on planning for Cathedral Square without any funding mechanism to ensure that vision happened. So personally, I feel like we've wasted a lot of money and a lot of time and resource and not made a lot of progress, when actually what we needed to do was simplify the arrangements and let the council get on and do the things that it had done traditionally for the last 100 to 150 years in the city, such as building playgrounds or building roads or building parks. And I don't think it's fair to put the blame on Regenerate Christchurch as an organisation. I think it's incumbent on us at a governance level to take responsibility for the things that we established and for the way in which we gave direction or not. I think the final reflection would be that in terms of looking forward, is we need to learn that while some areas of the city have regenerated, there's other areas that are degenerated quite rapidly since this organisation was established. And I think really going forward with the COVID-19 response, learning from what happened with Regenerate, let's ensure that every part of the city, and especially those who need extra support or those that are suffering the most, get the most support rather than the least. So areas like Phillipstown, areas like Linwood that I represent, there is a clear case, I think, for a much more targeted approach to helping and supporting those communities. So I thank the organisation for the work that they've done. I think this is not, this couldn't come soon enough in my view. I think reducing Regenerate Christchurch to what we're seeing in terms of the transition is a positive step forward. I wish it had happened sooner, but we are where we are today. And the key thing is to keep going with what we're doing. Thank you.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the last item on the agenda is the performance, which is a little bit out of date now, I think. But we have our Chair and Chief Executive of Regenerate Christchurch for your Q3 performance report.
Thank you very much.
Which does seem very late.
It does,
it does seem a very long time ago, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words about Regenerate Christchurch and the contribution to the city. And thank you for giving us this will be our last opportunity to engage with you before the organisation, including the board, is formally disestablished. As you heard, the third reading of the amendment bill commenced last night. The vote was taken this morning and passed, and we expect royal assent to follow on very quickly. I'm delighted to have members of my board here with me today for this last opportunity to meet with you. Jen Crawford, Hilary Walton, and Bill Dwyer, who you also know is the chair of DCL. So we are actually here to talk about Q2 and Q3 reports. And yes, it does seem a long time ago. COVID-19 popped up in between. But that's looking back, we'll take the reports as read. And I'm sure you'll have questions. But I'll turn it over to the wonderful Ivan, CE of Regenerate Christchurch, if there's anything you wish to raise.
Sure. Thanks, Therese. Thank you, Mayor and elected members, and for the comments earlier. It's certainly been a busy year for Regenerate Christchurch, particularly within the context of transition. So as you'll note at the beginning of the year, we started thinking about what the end point might look like in terms of transition and working backwards from there. And it'd be fair to say that that's been our key priority for this year in terms of deliverables. Notwithstanding that, it's been a particularly pleasing year with the approval of the Otakaro Avon River Corridor Regeneration Plan by the Minister in August. And I'd like to acknowledge the Council, who are now responsible for realising that vision for this important area and for transforming its potential into reality for the future residents of the city and both visitors, domestic and international. We also completed the Section 71 proposal to enable Hagley Oval to host international cricket matches, which was approved in December. Our advice to Council in December on the use of powers under the Greater Christchurch Regeneration Act in relation to the residential red zone areas in the Port Hills, South Shore and South New Brighton and Brooklands led to our joint engagement with the Brooklands community in February, and it was unfortunate that due to COVID-19 the follow-up engagement with that community hasn't occurred, and I strongly encourage the Council to ensure that that conversation does continue. Our most recent Section 71 proposal, completed and submitted to the Associate Minister last week, will, if approved, enable the development and operation of film studios in Christchurch. And we're very pleased that following the Select Committee process, transitional provisions have been suggested to ensure that if the Minister has received a proposal, of which she has, then the process is able to continue. And also assisting the Council with its outline to amend the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan in respect of the Canterbury Multi-Use Arena. And that's work which is still ongoing and support and assistance that we've provided. All of which, whilst planning and preparing to transfer our responsibilities, assets and liabilities in order to disestablish our organisation in a smooth, well-mannered and professional manner. And I thank you for your compliments for the organisation and the way that we've gone about doing that. I'd like to recognise the work in particular of Julia Hardika, who's sitting behind me, who has led that particular piece of work, working with your staff and with DPMC. The reason that it has worked so smoothly is in large part due to her effort and the reciprocal way in which the Council and DPMC have worked with her. And also recognise former board members, former board chairs and my board for the guidance and direction that they've provided to me over the last 4 years. Finally, having prepared and submitted a Section 71 proposal to the Minister earlier to enable the relocation of Redcliffe School, it was very pleasing to note its official opening today, which I understand the Mayor attended, and of which is a wonderful outcome for that community. And I hope and look forward to many more of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Aaron.
Yeah, so Ivan, special thank you for 3.3 through to 3.6 and here around the Section 71. With that, do you know if it will be signed before it's wound up?
So under the legislation,
does it need to be? It's probably more the question. Does it need to be?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, the transitional provision provides an ongoing ability for the Minister to consider whether or not she wishes to proceed to the next stage. If she decides to proceed to the next stage, she has to do so within 30 working days of when she has received it. And then if she decides to proceed to public notification, everyone will have an opportunity to submit. And then following that period, she'll have a further up to 30 days, these are maximum periods, within which she must decide whether or not to approve the proposal as it was submitted.
We're certainly hoping that the maximums are not quite, but it's a relatively straightforward one. But thank you for all of the work on that. Are there any other questions? I'd like to move the receipt of the report, on the noting provisions there. Seconded by Aaron. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In closing, can I just thank you all for your contribution as well to making this transition such a smooth one. I only joined the board to lead it through the last year, heading through this transition. And can I just say in closing, I'm extremely proud of the productive and professional manner in which the staff, the board, and then how we've engaged with the staff of the council and with DPMC through a really smooth transition, which is for the benefit of the city. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to be naughty as well, and because Jen was there from the beginning, and yes. I suddenly I kept looking at her, and I thought, oh my God, I've left her out. So Jen, can I acknowledge you especially as well, because you've been there right from the get-go, and your extraordinary, planning legal background is just, it's ideal for the board. I'm sorry, and I know you're saying stop it, but that's very typical of a woman. It's amazing. And I just thank you so much, and all of those. But thank you,
and
Therese.
As chair of audit and risk as well. So and Hillary is chair of the remuneration committee. So everyone's.
everyone's played a big role. So
Yeah.
thank you very much for everything that you've done for Christchurch. Thank you. And I promise you that Brooklands is on our agenda.
Right.
Yes, absolutely, for follow-up, for sure.
If you clip long enough, the dog will join in.
Yeah, that's right. And it was at 2:30 that the meeting came to an end, so I will declare the meeting closed, and thank you all for your attendance. Thank you.
It's okay. Actually, no. Actually, I was going to say something before everyone left, because actually this he aha te mea nui o te ao. What is the most important thing in the world? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. And we are all here, and you are here, because we believe that. And thank you for the work that you've done for the people of Christchurch. Thank you. And finally, araho atu, araho mai, tātou ia, tātou katoa. Hui e, tā iki.
Kia ora. Oops.